Everyone, we are on the record in case number 2025-00122, application of Kentucky American Water for an adjustment of rates. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me this morning are Commissioners Mary Pat Regan and Andrew Wood. And for those in the hearing room, please set your cell phones to silent. I can do that myself. Okay. We have some witnesses who are testifying by video conference. I don't see them on right now, but I'll go ahead and say to keep your audio on mute until it's your turn to speak. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter, and at this point, let's have entry of appearance of counsel. For the applicant?
Good morning, Your Honor. Lindsey Ingram, Stalkeen and Ogden for Kentucky American Water. This is my partner, Monica Braun of Stalkeen and Ogden. This is Shannon Haney, who's acting internal counsel for Kentucky American Water. And this is Molly Lloyd, who's a paralegal at my firm as well.
Right, and will you go ahead and tell me who your witnesses are?
Yes. We filed a witness list a few days ago, Your Honor. Kentucky American has 14 witnesses on that list.
Okay. Taking them in that order?
I think we are taking them in that order with one exception. We filed a late motion yesterday for Robert Mustick to appear remotely because of the family medical situation he has. So the commission has not ruled on that motion yet.
Right.
So his order may need to be adjusted a little bit based on his situation.
Well,
But
I've been told this morning that perhaps no one has questions for Mr. Mustich.
if that is okay, then I'll be glad to text him and let him know that he does not need to appear. He's ready and he can do it.
Yeah.
But if that suits the interveners and staff and the commission, that would be much appreciated.
Any objection?
No
To
objection.
excusing Mr. Mustich. If we have post-hearing data requests that he can respond to, we'll send those, but if there's no objection from anyone, we will excuse him, and he can concentrate on his matter.
That's very considerate. Thank you to everybody. But yes, Your Honor, I think
Okay.
aside from that, the order here is what we intend to go in. Something could change depending on how the proceedings go, how long or short something takes, but yes, as of right now, we intend to stick with this order.
All right, thank you very much. And for the Attorney General?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Angela Goad and Mr. Tolan Lacey for the Attorney General's office. And with us today in the hearing room, we have the Attorney General's and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's witness, Mr. John DeFever, and then virtually Mr. Baldino will join us.
We've ruled on that previously, that
Yes.
here virtually. Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much. And for joining the interveners.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Todd Osterloh with Sturgill, Turner, Barker, and Maloney on behalf of Lexington Fayette Urban County Government.
And just the one shared witness?
The joint witnesses, that's
Gotcha.
correct.
Okay, Commission staff.
Mariah Tussey, Justin Young, and Jenny Feld for the staff.
Good morning. Any outstanding motions besides the confidentiality ones?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anyone in the courtroom today who came for the purpose of providing public comment? Raise your hand or get my attention in some way if you are. Okay, I don't see anybody here who's here to give public comment, and I've been told that there's no public comment waiting virtually. Is that the case as far as you know, staff? Okay. All right. I will go ahead and note for the record that written comments may always be submitted by email at psc.comment@ky.gov, and let the record show that instructions and the link to provide public comment have been provided for at least the past 24 hours. All right, if there's nothing further, we'll go on to presentation of evidence, and you can call your first witness, please.
Your Honor, we'll call Mr. Robert Burton, please.
Good morning, Mr. Burton.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
One quick question, is the mic supposed to be red or a different color?
Yep, it's red.
Okay, just
Yep.
want to make sure that's the right color.
New remodeled courtroom pretty recently, and it's red now instead of green.
Okay, I want to
Yeah.
make sure. Yeah, so Robert Burton, I'm the President for Kentucky American Water.
Council.
Mr. Burton, could you state your business address for the record, sir?
Yes, it's 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky, 40502.
And in your capacity as President of Kentucky American Water, did you cause and arrange to be filed direct testimony in this matter on May 16, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any updates or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Mr. Burton is available for questions, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Goode?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Burton.
Good morning.
According to the application, as well as your direct testimony, Kentucky American is requesting to increase its water rates by approximately $26.9 million per year. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was not clear to our office from the company's rebuttal testimony whether Kentucky American is continuing to request the $26.9 million or if that amount has been reduced. Can you clarify that?
My understanding is that the 26.9 million is still the request.
And then, in addition to the $26.9 million rate increase per year, Kentucky American is also requesting to roll in approximately $9.95 million of Qualified Infrastructure Program or QIP rider revenues. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it correct that based upon Kentucky American's original requested rate increase of $26.9 million, the average residential customer's bill will increase by approximately $9.06 per month, or 19%?
Yes, ma'am.
And with an increase of $9.06 per month, it would take the average residential customer's bill from approximately $47.67 per month to approximately $56.73 per month. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Kentucky American is also proposing to increase the monthly customer charge for its 5/8-inch meter customers, which the company designates as residential and commercial customers, from $17.55 to $19.45 per month. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall Kentucky American appearing to admit or agree with the Attorney General in discovery that its customers are facing some economic issues?
I think it's general that, across the country, there's economic issues being faced by customers, including here in Kentucky.
And one of the benefits of the pipeline replacement program, such as the QIP, was supposed to be more time in between rate case filings. Is that correct?
As originally conceived, that was part of what the plan was, is that that program would help to increase time between cases. Under its current reduced scope, it's not near as effective in doing that, and the amount that has been approved through the QIP is not near as effective in doing that. But again, we were able to affect a 2-year time period between the last rate case and this rate case.
And do you admit that in case number 2023-191, Kentucky American received a rate increase of approximately $10.6 million on May 3rd, 2024, which was then increased to approximately $17.3 million in a November 6, 2024 rehearing order?
Yes, ma'am.
So would it be accurate to state that if Kentucky American is granted the rate increase in this pending case, it will represent the second rate increase on Kentucky American's customers in less than 2 years?
From the official final order, it would be less than 2 years. From the point of filing to point of filing, it's a 2-year period.
And do you recall in discovery to the Attorney General asking if Kentucky American was aware of the poverty rates that exist in its Kentucky service area, with the highest poverty rate in Jackson County at 23.9%?
I'm not aware of the specific numbers, but assuming that's what's in our response to direct questions, then yes, that would be accurate.
And would you agree that if the company is awarded a second rate increase in less than 2 years, that it can pose financial hardships on Kentucky American Water's customers, especially those who already live in poverty?
Yeah, we've witnessed with very extensive information given around the affordability of our rates, and the reality is our rates are actually very affordable to the majority of customers. There are some customers that would have difficulty with any type of rate being paid, and I do acknowledge that does occur, but we stand by the affordability of our rates and the testimony given.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr.
Thank
Osterley?
you.
Good morning, Mr. Burton. Just a few follow-up questions. I believe that I heard you say, in response to the Attorney General's questions, the notion of a reduced scope for QUIP. It's my understanding that QUIP, or Kentucky American, was approved to recover the QUIP funding in the 2018 rate case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And since that point in time, and since Kentucky American has implemented the QUIP, it hasn't scaled back its program, has it?
What do you mean by scaled back?
Well, I
its
guess I'm
program?
asking about when you said reduced scope for QUIP. And I think your discussion was related to the time period between rate cases that QUIP might be able to enable the utility to go a longer duration between rate cases.
Yeah, the type of investment that is recoverable in the QUIP or part of the QUIP program has been modified over time. So there's less of that type of work that can be recovered through the QUIP. So that investment then is recovered through general rate cases such as this proceeding.
It's my understanding that the commission is generally allowed approximately 11 to 13 miles of main to be implemented as a part of this QUIP annually, I believe. Is that accurate?
Subject to check, I believe that's the amount that's currently in the program, yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, Kentucky American is not proposing to scale that back to have something less than 11 to 13 miles. Is that correct?
No, in this particular case, we have put all the investment that we intend to make in 2026, which is the forward-looking test year, in this case.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, and Steph?
Good morning, Mr. Burton. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Great. If at any time you can't, let me know. And if at any time the information I'm asking for, there is a more appropriate witness that we can direct that to, let me know. Firstly, one of the main driving factors behind this case is Kentucky American has claimed it's a significant increase in your capital investment. Can you just provide for us a general overview of the types of projects that Kentucky American has already implemented throughout the test period or has planned, and as well kind of the necessity of the projects at this point in time?
Yes, ma'am, and, as you mentioned, our witness, Mr. Magner, can absolutely give you more specifics and more information. But generally, what is in the case is, almost $200 million of investment within the entirety of our infrastructure. And that's for replacement of mains. That's for work at our facilities, both for replacement of an asset and or a new asset to meet new regulations. It involves, some items that are within the future, forecasted year that will address issues around sludge handling, chemicals, things of that nature at our treatment facilities. There's dollars for increasing, regulatory requirements and meeting certain needs around, such as replacement of current chemicals used to other chemicals used, such as chlorine gas, to liquid conversion, things of that nature. UV disinfection as well being added as a regulatory requirement. So it runs the gamut of projects and the gamut of investment, but every bit of it is absolutely a necessity to the systems and requirements so that we can keep providing safe, clean, reliable drinking water. But as far as specific projects and a detailed listing of those, again, Witness Magner can provide you very specifics on that.
Okay, thank you. And other than the project you've already mentioned there, as far as some technological advancements as well, Kentucky American also currently has a pending certificate for public need and necessity for the AMI metering. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just to confirm that within this rate proceeding, whether any potential costs related to those AMI meters are included in the forecasted test year.
So meter and meter replacements are included generally, not specific to AMI investment.
Okay. So the figures that were provided, I believe Mr. Magner provided those figures for us for those meters, which is around 11 million for the base period and 10.5 million for the forecasted test period. Is it your understanding sitting here today that there is no AMI component included within those figures?
So my understanding is those are the numbers for meter replacement. Again, Mr. Magner can give you more specifics, but we didn't specifically tailor the amount of the investment around AMI. It's for the meter replacement as a whole.
Okay. So as well as the scope of the capital investment that Kentucky American has currently undergoing and has planned for the future, Kentucky American has also recently been granted a merger with Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that order just came out from the commission earlier this month on the 9th. And while that issue is not particularly part of this rate proceeding, is it fair to say that that merger is going to add customers to Kentucky American's rate base in the near future?
Yeah, so that acquisition is being coordinated with the entirety of the acquisition that we're making with them across multiple states and multiple jurisdictions. And the intention is to close those all together. And as we have, as our parent, American Water, has stated publicly in the summer of '26, at that time period, assuming that transaction does indeed move forward and close, there would be an addition of water customers to our current customer count.
Okay. You mentioned that it's a broader scope with their parent company, basically. Is that still undergoing? What is the status of that currently?
Again, there's multiple jurisdictions involved, and the entirety of those cases in those jurisdictions are still moving forward. And again, as publicly stated by our company, the intention is to complete all of those and be able to close that transaction next summer.
Does the company have any anticipated expectation of when that will be finalized? When it could be finalized?
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to get the date wrong, but I believe the anticipated date is to close it by August of '26, unless there's been a recent change. So subject to check, my understanding is to close by then, the entirety of the transaction.
Okay, thank you. Is there any anticipated timeline on when Kentucky American will file its next rate case?
No, ma'am.
Given the recent approved merger with Water Service Corporation Kentucky, as well as the ongoing capital investments that has been already discussed, as well as provided throughout the record, would you estimate that it would be somewhere closer to the 2-year time frame between the last case and this current proceeding?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
I guess I would say, would you anticipate it being more of an expedited time period than has been in the past?
I'm not sure that I would characterize it that way. From filing to filing is essentially a 2-year time period, and that's based upon the investments that we made and the need to do so. I'm not sure there's no connection that I'm aware of between this filing and the, as you mentioned, the acquisition of the other company. That would be dealt with from a perspective, if you will, in a future proceeding.
I guess how I can ask it a different way is, I believe there's some testimony and responses to data requests in this case. I believe Mr. Magner has discussed a little bit about the anticipated scope of capital investments moving forward, and that the company anticipates a generally similar level of capital investment for the next 3 years. So given that fact, I was just curious if the company had discussions looking forward towards that already, and whether all of that investment that's discussed by Mr. Magner has been included as part of the forecasted investment here, or if it's looking even further out.
So the investment, in our forecasted year for this case is based upon our current assets, our current customers, and our current service territory. That is, our forecasted year amount is not based upon that acquisition or other acquisitions. Again, the scope of those and the needs in those systems would be addressed in future proceedings.
Thank you. So there's been some brief discussion already about the Qualified Infrastructure Program rider, the QUIP rider, as it's been referred to. And there's already been some discussion as to kind of the reasoning, the support for the QUIP rider, and part of that was, as you stated, was originally perceived was to help decrease the frequency of between rate cases. Just a little bit more about the QIP. Are you aware of the current amount of the plant additions that are being made in the base period and forecasted period that were QIP eligible of the 211.9 million?
Yeah, so the current, of the rate base portion that's currently sitting in QUIP, that number resides at a little under 60 million. The portion of the forecasted investment, again, I would have to defer to Mr. Madner for the specifics of how much of that would have been potentially in a QUIP component, but for a filing of the rate case. I don't have that number to give you.
Okay. And can you explain for us why no QIP 7 filing was made by Kentucky American as was initially planned for the end of August?
Again, based on our filing in this case, again, of a roll-in of the rate base within QUIP into our general rate base in this proceeding, and for the fact that the investments in their entirety that we intend to make in 26 are included in the future test year projection and the future test year investments, there is not a need for an independent QUIP on top of that. Our intention would be to utilize that program in future filings.
So are you aware as to whether there are any projects that are included in Kentucky American's current list of recurring or planned future investments that they believe are QUIP eligible but not currently being included in QUIP? I believe you may have just touched on that a little bit.
So under the current last QUIP that was approved, there are like investments that we have put into our forecasted future year for investments in this case. Again, witness Madner could give you information specifically around that. I don't have in front of me or in my own testimony specifics to that.
Okay, thank you. So generally looking at the current status for the company as a whole, we've got this rate proceeding, which we've already touched on, being brought approximately 2 years between the last rate proceeding. We've got a merger that's currently being granted with Water Service Kentucky. We know there's a pending AMI proposal. As we've just touched on, there is no QUIP 7 filing, to my understanding, so no new, at least, pipe replacement projects, other than what you stated that were already included within the test year in this proceeding. All of that being said, do you believe the QUIP rider mechanism is still serving its intended purpose?
I believe the QUIP rider mechanism serves a purpose. I believe it's as originally put into place, and the initial ones that were put into place served a broader and better purpose than where we currently sit today. But we absolutely intend to utilize QUIP in future proceedings. We didn't feel that it was appropriate to duplicate into QUIP what is already put into the future test year period in this case.
Do you believe that it might be beneficial for the company to pursue recovery through more traditional rate-making mechanisms for the projects that are approved as part of the QUIP?
There's a broad range of mechanisms we could absolutely pursue for rate making. At this point, we feel that what we have filed is appropriate, both for customers and for our company in this general proceeding.
And can you explain any current benefit of continuing the QUIP rider to Kentucky American's customers?
The absolute benefit to our customers is the ability to make more timely investments again, but for this general rate proceeding, which already includes those investments, we would have filed those into a quit proceeding. And that absolutely is a benefit to customers to bring those investments in a timely fashion to them in a way that also meets the utility compact with the company.
No further questions from staff.
Okay, Commissioner Wood.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Reagan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just to follow up on Ms. Gold's questions around low income and the rates and poverty.
Yes.
Do you know how many of your customers are on LIWOP today?
So the LIWOP program was discontinued and no longer funded from the federal government. I don't specifically have the information as to how many customers took part in that program. We can definitely, I'm not sure if that was provided in a DR question, but we can definitely provide that information as a follow-up to this proceeding. I forget the right term, Mr. Lindsay, a post-hearing.
Post-hearing data
Post-hearing data.
response.
Yes, my apologies.
And will Kentucky American be offering some type of customer incentive program?
Yeah, we currently offer a couple of ways that our customers can get assistance. We have our H2O program, which provides grants to customers who qualify for those. We offer budget building programs, and we offer payment plans to customers who need that for maybe a specifically high bill or specifically tough period of time where they need to get caught up on their bills. So we offer those to customers.
And have you actively been reaching out to customers that are needing that assistance to talk about this rate increase?
Yeah, so we offer, information in bill inserts. We offer information through press releases and social media, and use those avenues to reach out to customers around the specifics of the case, as we're required to do so, and the availability of programs to them if they need them. And then if a customer calls in with specific questions around their bill or concerns about their bills, then those agents at that time will specifically address with them things that they can look to, like the H2O program or budget billing, or if they need to be going to a payment plan.
Okay. But there's not any proactive outreach or hearings or anything like that, just in bill inserts and if they call in?
I'm not aware of a specific by customer contact, but again, we do provide the information to multiple avenues. We work with various partners throughout the communities we serve to make sure they have that information, agencies that folks go to for other types of assistance. We provide that information to them so that they have it to give to our customers as well. But I'm not aware of a specific where we, by the person contact folks directly. But there are avenues where we contact all of our customers and then provide the information generally as well.
Would you be the appropriate person for any questions on incentives, incentive compensation?
Actually, witness Lewis can give you specifics on our incentive compensation and or witness Prendergast as well. I can answer some generally if you have a couple.
Overall, it looks like in 2024, there were 142 employees eligible for incentive compensation. Is that everybody, or is that just a subset?
So every full-time employee has an eligibility for incentive compensation at different percentage amounts, if you will, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Along those same lines, and if you're not the right person, obviously we'll get somebody else, one of the other witnesses. Did every employee who qualified for incentive compensation last year receive it?
So incentive compensation was provided, was met in the company. So every employee, excuse me, who was qualified to receive it did receive.
So it's not individual then? They all receive it or none?
There are individual requirements that have to be met, and assuming those are met, then it's paid out if the entirety of the various targets are met in the company.
So they all did receive it then because
All
of the
those,
company?
all those that were eligible, yes.
Okay.
There can be adjustments made, through our HR department, there can be adjustments to the exact amount, and then there has to be eligibility requirements in order to receive it as well.
Okay. The Attorney General has recommended removing this growth factor that was applied to some of the O&M expenses. I think it's 1.389 million. Is this something that, I know that you've worked in other states for American Water Company. Is this growth factor something that's being applied in other jurisdictions where you've worked?
Yeah, so there are growth factors applied. Sometimes those follow CPI indexes, sometimes those follow internally generated growth factors. Based on the last order here, which made a request to move from CPI to something more internally put together for our growth factor based on our own experience and knowledge as a company, that's what we put forth in this case.
That you've experienced it in other companies where you've worked, being applied? Other states?
I don't know if I've experienced the exact same number, because each state can have its own specifics, and this was done as specific to Kentucky American Water. But I have seen it both done on growth factors as either a CPI type growth factor or an internally generated growth factor, such as what we supplied in this case.
But approved by other regulatory bodies, I guess?
I have seen those, put in place. I don't have specifics to give you today, but, we could get that if desired.
I think, back to the employee incentives, I'm asking my questions out of order here. The last case we had here, and this is before you would have come to Kentucky, removed the annual performance plans and long-term incentives that were tied to financial performance. Has anything changed since the last time when we didn't allow that?
Yes, so the plans themselves have not significantly changed. Again, there's other witnesses that supply information, such as Mr. Lewis and Mr. Prendergast. I will say that, it is, my absolute belief and our company's belief that those incentive programs are a major benefit to our customers. And to be perfectly frank, we've had conversations, internally that our market-based, analysis of that compensation, which includes those, puts us, well, and gets a base pay at that market amount, none of it's incentive-based. And I would make the assumption that we probably wouldn't be having this conversation as to whether or not a portion of that should be included or not. But we feel it is important that our employees are incentivized to go beyond just what it takes as a minimum to do their work, as a minimum to provide safe drinking water. We think it's important to incentivize them to go beyond that our company should go beyond that, which we strive to do. So that is an absolute benefit to customers, that our employees are incentivized to do so.
And you were asked a few questions about the recently approved acquisition. So that's not affecting your numbers yet. That's not even going to be finalized till next summer.
No, ma'am, nothing about that acquisition is in this case.
And it's what, like just 1% or even less of your customer base?
It's almost 7,000 customers, and we currently have almost 140,000 customer connections. So, yeah, it's, if you look at it, it'd be, quick math in my head, 5%?
5%.
Around 5%.
I don't know where I got the 1% then.
Yes.
Okay. So we won't know that yet, but it could have a 5% or so effect on your customers.
Yeah, and obviously, that would also be an effect to, to employees, to investments, to O&M expense and things of that nature. But again, that's not part of this proceeding.
Years ago, but the actual final order was November of '24.
Yes.
With a $17.3 million increase.
Yes.
So now we're in September of '25.
Yes.
10 months later, looking for another $26.9 million increase.
Yes.
Plus a $9.9 million quit being rolled into the base rates.
Yes.
I did the math a minute ago. The suspension date in December in just like 13 months, plus the $9.9 million quit. Why should customers not be alarmed by that kind of ask?
Well, the reality is it's based on multiple years of investment, well over, a few $100 million. The timing, of the last case was unfortunate, although interim rates did go into effect prior to that, and they were adjusted based on the final order. Although they weren't adjusted back to the rate period, they were adjusted going forward. But the reality is the need for the significant investments that this system, like any other system, needs do put us in a necessity to come in for another rate proceeding here. And all that to say, the affordability of the water service is still very much affordable, very much acceptable. Again, there's evidence given in the case around the affordability indexes and so forth, and very specific to that, and actually remain stable at around 0.6% of household income for the median household income analysis that was done. So we feel that the affordability coming back after 2 years filing of a rate case may seem like a short period of time, but one is prudent because of the investments we need to make. And it's
Would see it that way. I mean, especially if when, is there any,
I don't at this point know when our next, needed rate proceeding would be. So I don't have any way to forecast that. But again, I still maintain that yes, we are asking for these increases due to the investments we're making. But I still believe that the affordability is maintained. Water in general, for us here it's literally less than 2 cents a gallon, less than $2 a day for all the needs that the customer has for their drinking water. And we feel it's still very much affordable in the reality of needing to make investments. It's pretty common knowledge for those in the industry around the needs of the water and wastewater, that infrastructure needs the work done to it. So we feel very confident that we're doing right by our customers with the investments we're making, which puts us in a position where we do need to recover that in rates.
overall, you're at 17-point-something% water loss. I believe I remember that correctly. And the goal, of course, is to get that at least under 15. How will the improvements that you're asking to be able to fund through this case help with that? Like, what measurable difference will we see?
So in the last few years, that has dropped by almost 4%. We're projecting, I believe, in the last DR information given in the rebuttal testimony into the test year, further reduction from current to that test year period of unaccounted for water. And based on the work that we're doing, we anticipate that to continue reducing over time. And again, Witness Lewis can provide more information on that.
I think that's all the questions I have. Anything further from the commissioners? Redirect.
I do have some redirect, Your Honor. First, on incentive compensation, Mr. Burton, are you familiar, do you remember the testimony that Mr. Mustick filed in this case on behalf of Kentucky American and his study, and I think you mentioned it, that looked at Kentucky American's compensation relative to some other indexes?
Yes.
Do you remember that in his study and in his testimony at page 7, he concluded that Kentucky American's compensation, in fact, its total remuneration paid to employees inclusive of incentive comp, was 9% below national market averages?
Yes.
Do you remember from reading his testimony also that when he took Kentucky American's total remuneration, including incentive comp?
I remembered it was below. I didn't remember the specific number.
Okay. So just from a pure mathematical standpoint, since Mr. Mustick's study included incentive comp, if incentive comp was excluded, Kentucky American's total remuneration would fall below, even lower than the comparison to the averages, both to national and the Midwest regional indices. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the timing since the last rate case, is it you were not at Kentucky American, but would you agree with me that that rate case was filed at the end of June 2023?
Yes,
And the order in that case, not the final order, but the order that could have been the final order, was issued actually in May of the next year, 2024.
yes,
And there was an issue with that order in its calculation of QIP because the commission chose not to roll QIP into regular base rates in that case.
correct.
And so there was a rehearing process that occurred after May of 2024 that took approximately 6 months until then the final order was issued in November of 2024. Do those dates sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
So if that order had been correct on the QIP, keeping it separate, that final order would have been issued in May of that year, and Kentucky American would have been out longer since the May, since that order would have been issued in May if it had been correct from the get-go. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on AMI really quickly, I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. There is, in this case, a projected amount of spend on meters for Kentucky American. Is that right?
Yes,
And that spend is completely agnostic to what type of metering equipment is going to put in the ground to change out meters. Is that right?
yes,
It doesn't matter whether it's an AMI meter, it doesn't matter whether it's an AMR meter, that's just what you project to spend on meters to replace meters in the normal course of business in 2026. Is that
yes,
right?
that is accurate.
And of course, Kentucky American would not install an AMI meter unless and until the commission approves that in the pending AMI case, right, Mr. Burton?
Yes,
Okay. And the final area of redirect is on the QIP itself, and I have a few questions on that. Mr. Osterloh asked you about the reduction in the QIP program. So, and again, might not be a fair question to you, but because you weren't at Kentucky American at the time, but the history of this, I think, is important so that everybody is clear on the way QIP was intended and the way it works. So is it your understanding that Kentucky American applied for its QIP program in its 2018 rate case?
yes,
Is it your understanding that that QIP proposal was approved by the commission in that rate case order exactly as Kentucky American proposed it?
that's my understanding, yes.
It didn't have any mileage limitation to it, is that right?
That's my understanding,
It didn't
yes.
have any spend limitation to it in the order in that case, is that right?
Yes,
And in fact, on the issue of the scope of the QIP program, the assets that were allowed to be included in the QIP mechanism were both below-ground assets and above-ground assets. Do you remember hearing about this?
yes,
The below-ground assets, of course, could include things like meters, right?
yes,
And so that was approved in the QIP mechanism in the 2018 order.
yes,
There was a tariff sheet that Kentucky American proposed in that 2018 case that included everything that would be considered QIP eligible utility plan. That included distribution infrastructure, is that right?
yes,
It also included water treatment infrastructure, is that right?
yes,
So the scope, the asset classes that the commission approved for the QIP mechanism in 2018 were very broad, and it included much more than just pipeline replacement, is that right?
yes, sir.
Okay. So that's what Kentucky American got approved for. Now, after that 2018 case was finished, Kentucky American then made annual QIP filings based on future test years for the QIP proposed plan. Is that right?
Yes,
And is it your understanding, you've had to learn this since then, that in those subsequent QIP cases, the commission throttled back both the asset classes that were eligible for QIP recovery, for one, yes.
yes,
The QIP also put mileage limitations on the amount of pipe that would be eligible under the QIP mechanism.
yes,
And that mileage limitation was 10 to 13 miles of pipe, is that right?
that's my understanding, yes.
So after the commission dealt with those issues in the QIP cases, did Kentucky American file subsequent QIP cases that adhered exactly to the limitations the commission had put into those QIP cases in terms of the mileage of pipe?
Yes,
Okay. So You testified earlier that the QIP mechanism has been reduced in scope, and I wanted to make sure you cleared that up. Did you also testify, though, that going forward, the QIP mechanism still can be a useful tool to Kentucky American? Is that right?
Absolutely.
Is it your understanding that in a 2023 QIP case, the commission approved the forward-looking test year for those QIP cases to sync up with a calendar year? Do you have
That's
a
my
memory of this?
understanding, yes, yes.
So initially, the QIP cases were based on a future-looking period of July of one year to June of the next year.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right? That became inefficient for Kentucky American, and Kentucky American explained that inefficiency to the commission. And in case number 2023-300, the commission agreed that that could be inefficient, and so it allowed Kentucky American's QIP forward-looking year to move to a calendar year. Is that right?
Yes,
This case, this rate case that we're here for today, the future test year for this case is calendar year 2026. Is that right?
yes, sir.
So if QIP 7 had been filed in September, that would have been for a QIP period of calendar year 2026. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So those two future-looking periods, one for the rate case that we're here for today, and one for what would have been a QIP 7 case, match up to the day. Is that right?
Yes.
Has it ever been your understanding that QIP was the exclusive method of recovery for pipeline replacements for Kentucky American?
No, sir.
So is it your understanding that Kentucky American could propose to put pipe replacement in regular rate base in a rate case and seek recovery of it that way? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's exactly what Kentucky American has proposed in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Kentucky American can also, at the same time, propose pipelines to be replaced and recovered through its QIP mechanism. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Those aren't mutually exclusive recovery methods, right?
They are not.
But Kentucky American decided that it would put all of its pipeline replacement projects projected for calendar year 2026 in the rate case instead of in a QIP case. Is that right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. The roll-in of QIP that's been requested in this case by Kentucky American, the only amounts that are proposed to be rolled in would be historical amounts of QIP as of December 31st, 2025, this year, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because there's no future projected QIP pipeline replacements in calendar year 2026, right?
Correct.
All of those are built into regular rate base in this case.
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, recross.
No recross.
Mr. Osterler?
None.
Staff? Commissioner?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about replacing pipe, and how does the company decide which pipe gets replaced and which doesn't, and how do they decide which cost recovery mechanism you get, whether it's through a rate case or through the quit?
Okay, so to the first part of the question, what is decided to do replacement on, again, Witness Madner can give you more specifics, but generally, we have a program that we use internally to assess condition of pipe, age of pipe, frequency of breaks, things of that nature, and potentially other factors of coordination with another project being done by another utility as to whether or not a pipe would be chosen to be replaced in our capital program. Whether or not that would be recovered then through a quit mechanism, through a base rate case or other mechanism, that's an internal discussion with our rates and regulatory folks here in the state and myself to determine what's the best timing and method to do that, which was where the decision, since we were filing this base rate case, made a decision to file this base rate case to put all the 26 forecasted investment into the base case. We just felt made the most sense and would be the easiest to understand for folks.
Do you see more capital investment coming in the future? Is this the beginning of a wave, or is this the midway point through a larger plan to replace all the pipes, or how would you characterize the company's efforts to replace old pipe?
Yeah, so I would, anticipate that our overall capital, investment program would either be stable or potentially increasing some. Again, Mr. Madner can give you more specifics, in his testimony. But the needs are ever increasing. The infrastructure is aging, so there's going to be a need for replacement. There's ever increasing regulations. We're all dealing with increased regulations around lead service lines and things of that nature. So the needs for replacement are likely to increase, which means the needs for investment are not likely to decrease year to year. Whether or not they increase year to year or not is determined by the projects that are needed that particular year. But I think if you project it out over time, those costs are going to increase, not decrease.
Is there a plan to replace all of the aging pipe under your control, or is it just a plan generally to replace a certain percentage every year? How would you characterize that?
Yeah, so the reality is, eventually all the pipe will be replaced. It's just a matter of time and how long that will take. And again, I want to generally tell you that, we are, not quite on track for a 100-year replacement time period. Again, Mr. Madner can give you specifics from his testimony on that. But eventually, any pipe in the ground today will at some point need to be replaced. It's just a matter of both the age of it and the condition of it. And some pipe gets replaced sooner because its condition is worse, and that can be a function of different years of pipe manufacturer, have different qualities in the steel and things of that nature, so there's different times of needed replacement. But all those factors are brought into bear. But eventually, yes, if any asset within, the water system that exists today, has that, at some point will be replaced. It's just a matter of what's the need, what's the necessity. And then the other factor we weigh in is that, there's not an unlimited ability for customers to bear the cost of replacement. So we constantly take that affordability piece into account. For instance, and again, a very generalized number, if we're going to do $90 million of investment in 1 year, by need, we could potentially do much more than that, but we don't just spend it because we can, because at the end of the day, customers have to pay for that. So the affordability piece, as was discussed, is very important. So it's a constant weighing of what is the need, what is the spend, how does that affect overall rates and affordability? And we weigh that internally and take great care in making sure that what we bring to the commission is what is needed for our customers and what's in the greater good of the state and our customers.
I think when people comment on the price of utilities, it's easy to it's easy to shoot the messenger, but at the same time there really are affordability issues for some people. I mean, certainly water is a bargain by any measure, but I just personally wanted to have a handle on where you saw this going with the company and whether this was the beginning of a bigger movement or whether we're midway through pipe replacement or where you stood. The 2 cents a gallon that you referenced earlier, does that include the sewage, the treatment part of it too, or is that strictly for the water?
I was speaking just to the water rates, not any wastewater rates, which are not part of this proceeding.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, anything further? And I don't have anything further either. Since you're the lead witness, I'm sure you've been warned already that we
Yes.
don't tend to excuse you in case we need to recall you for a second.
Totally understand.
All right, thank you, but you can step down from the stand.
Thank you so much.
Counsel?
The next witness for Kentucky American, Your Honor, is William Lewis.
Okay. We may take a break in about half an hour. Sure. Go ahead and start the next one at least. Morning, Mr. Lewis. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address.
William Lewis, Vice President of Operations, Kentucky American Water, 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, 40502.
Mr. Lewis, in your capacity as VP for Operations for Kentucky American, did you cause to be filed for Kentucky American both direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, I did.
were you also identified as a responsible witness or as a co-responsible witness on many of the data responses Kentucky American has filed in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any corrections to either of those pieces of testimony or to any of your data responses?
No, I do not.
Mr. Lewis is available for questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Goode.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning.
I only have 2 questions for you this morning. Is it your understanding that the Attorney General and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's expert witness, Mr. John DeFever, recommends in his testimony to disallow the company's incentive compensation that's directly tied to financial goals?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of the Kentucky Commission's longstanding precedent, including the most recent Kentucky American Water rate case, that disallows recovery of the employee incentive comp that's tied to financial measures?
I'm aware.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Oshler.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning.
Just want to talk briefly about PFOS. Are you familiar with PFOS?
Yes.
On a very high level, can you describe to those in the room what PFAS are and the issue that water utilities are facing regarding them?
Sure. So PFOS is really a very short acronym or abbreviation for several different perfluorinated compounds that are affecting many water utilities around the country today. They are directly derived from synthetic chemicals that were developed by various chemical manufacturers, things like carpet stain guards and Teflon and cookware, things like that. So those chemicals have found their ways into source water, both groundwater and surface water, and are very difficult to treat and expensive to treat, and are driving, the need for new technologies to do so. And so many utilities around the country, and including in Kentucky, are faced with that challenge, especially now as new regulations have been promulgated by the US EPA to drive those maximum contaminant levels allowable in our drinking water down to lower levels.
Is it fair to say that there's a concern out there that PFAS or these synthetic chemicals being introduced into drinking water could potentially cause health concerns?
Yes.
And has Kentucky American already began sampling or monitoring for PFAS in its system?
We have been for several years.
Can you describe what that looks like operationally for Kentucky American?
Can you maybe
Sure.
restate your question differently?
Yeah. How do you sample? Can you give us an idea of how you sample for PFAS?
Sure. So we collect samples both from our raw water sources, and in the case of Kentucky American Water, our raw water sources are the Kentucky River, and then we also have a large reservoir, Jacobson Reservoir, in Lexington. So we sample from both the raw water, and then we also sample our finished water to assess and evaluate what, if any, of those PFAS concentrations are making their way through our treatment process. The testing specifically is done with our national laboratory, the enterprise level American Water National Laboratory in Belleville, Illinois. And that is, the samples are collected from the raw water source, our finished water tap, sent out for analysis, and then we review those results as they're returned back to us.
How frequently are those samples tested or taken?
Routinely throughout the year, at least once a year, under the UCMR, which is the unregulated contaminant rule number 5, which Kentucky American Water is a part of. That also mandates that we take that sampling in addition to any internal sampling that Kentucky American Water would be doing.
Is that UCMR 5? Is that regulated by the US EPA?
Yes, it is.
And so it specifies that those tests must be taken annually, is that correct?
Well, it's part of UCMR 5, which is really a look forward by the US EPA to determine what type of other unregulated contaminants may be in our drinking water systems. It's a method the US EPA uses to try to identify the levels and the impact in the concentration to the number of the population that could be impacted As part of that, in UCMR 5, we're required to do that. Now, we're awaiting UCMR 6 list of contaminants. We haven't seen that yet. That may include PFAS again. It may include very specific compounds within that PFAS or PFAS community. It could also include other potential contaminants that the US EPA is interested in further investigating.
And it's my understanding from discovery responses in this case that Kentucky American's sampling and test results have not put you, the company, in a position to where you feel like there needs to be treatment changes or treatment addressing PFAS. Is that fair?
At this point in time, that's a correct statement. I would caveat that with raw water sources will continue to change. We do not have a viewpoint to where the EPA may further reduce concentrated levels in finished water. So there's a potential there for the future, but we can't predict that at this point.
Do you know roughly how long, how many years Kentucky American has tested for these types of synthetic chemicals?
I can't speak to that directly, but we could definitely respond in a post-hearing DR request.
Just in terms of trends, are you aware of the MCL levels and whether those are increasing, decreasing, staying neutral, if you know?
Well, it was reduced most recently by the EPA, I believe last year, or at least maybe within the last 18 months or so. But outside of that, I don't have an indication that that's going to change at this point.
Okay, and I apologize, I appreciate that comment on what the regulatory levels are. Specific to Kentucky American's testing, has it been a consistent level of MCLs in what you've seen, if you know?
Our results are fairly consistent and fairly stable, but we always run the risk of those chemicals entering either the Kentucky River or the Jacobson Reservoir, and those could, that can be impacted by weather, flooding events, other contamination making its way into those sources. So it is something that we continuously monitor. At this point in time, our levels are not triggering new treatment at this point, but we will continue to monitor.
And going back on something else, you mentioned you test both the raw water sources as well as finished water.
Correct.
Where, in terms of the testing for the finished water, is that done at the water treatment plants? Where is that done?
Correct. So the first tap, so we consider the plant tap the first tap. So that's going to be the first point where we are drawing water, finished water from our final processes into the lab where we can collect a sample. So that's where we're monitoring our finished water. And we do also monitor throughout our distribution system, of course. But from a compliance standpoint, plant tap is that first connection, which typically goes to the treatment plant.
And when you say throughout the distribution system, how do you do that? Is that from a consumer's residence or locale? Is it from the hydrant? Where is that done?
No, so every public water utility in the country is mandated to comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act, promulgated by US EPA. And as part of that law and those regulations, all water utilities, including Kentucky American Water, are required to sample for a list of potential candidates throughout our distribution system. Those can include, and when I say distribution system, I really mean our entire system. There's raw water sampling, there's finished water sampling, there's distribution sampling that happens. And so I'll give you a good example is bacteriological sampling. We collect hundreds of bacteriological samples throughout our entire operating district distribution system every single month. That's mandated by the Safe Drinking Water Act. Through those samples, we're monitoring for things like chlorine residual, which we're required to maintain in the distribution system, but also for coliforms, E. coli, things of that nature. There are also samples for things like disinfection byproducts. We're testing for arsenic, we're testing for lead, we're testing for synthetic organics, volatile organic chemicals. So there's a lot of different types of sampling that are mandated by a calendar that can change from year to year. There are some samples that we're required to take annually. There are some that we maybe have to.
And is a participant in a class action settlement regarding PFAS. I had a few questions about that on the funding, or the funds from that, but I believe that Mr. DeGrazia is the best witness for that.
Okay,
Is that fair?
that's fair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, Zeph? Good morning, Mr. Lewis. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. My apologies if Ms. Gold already addressed this, but are you aware of the percentages of the incentive compensation tied to financial performance for both the annual performance plan and long-term performance plan?
Generally, yes.
Can you confirm those for us?
Sure. So for the financial component,
Yes.
so on the APP, the financial component is tied to 50% of the payout. And in terms of the long-term performance plan, I believe 70% is tied to financial performance.
Okay, thank you. And are you aware of any case in which the Kentucky Public Service Commission has allowed recovery of incentive compensation tied to a company's financial performance?
I am not aware.
We have a few questions about the company's response to the Attorney General's second request, item number 3, which was supplemented in a filing on August the 8th. That is subject to a motion for confidentiality. I think we can address most of it without going into the confidential information, but it may be safer just to go into confidential session quickly, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's just fine. Candace, let us know when we are in confidential.
Thank you. Let's talk just a little bit about Kentucky American's projected full-time employee headcount. As of today, how many full-time employees does Kentucky American employ in comparison to its projected total of 168?
So as of September, and I'll use September 18th as kind of a grounded date, we have 149 active employees. So that would be 19 less than what we're requesting for the test year of 168.
Okay. Jump back for just a second. When was the last time that Kentucky American reached its full-time staffing levels needed in order to provide safe and reliable water service to its customers?
I think if you look back historically, it's probably rare that we would, so let's use 156 as the last approved, so I'll just use that as a number. I think it's probably rare that the company is ever going to always be at, let's say, 156, just using that number. And that's really driven by the normal attrition that you would see in any company. We have, employees are transferred from maybe Kentucky American Water to another state. That opens up a vacancy. We have employees who retire, which we love to see, but then that opens up a vacancy. We have positions that we may eliminate for certain reasons to then redeploy that headcount in a different fashion, a different job scope, something of that nature. So at any given time, we have employees that are exiting the business. At the same time, we're recruiting for their replacements on a go-forward basis. And it's a constant, it's business as usual. There's always a constant churn of employees in, employees out based off that attrition.
Okay, thank you. You just stated earlier that at this point in time, you believe there's 19 less employees than is being requested for the test year. I believe in response to commission staff's fourth request for information, number 2, at that time, it was stated that 16 of those 168 positions were not filled. Can you let us know what positions have filled or been changed since then?
Are you referring to the table on the first and second page of that response?
Yes, the table and the actual response up above says the increase is driven by the 20 new positions that the company has added since the 2023 rate case.
Okay, well, what I can speak to is that of the, well, I want to be clear here. So that the last approved headcount of 156, we eliminated 8 of those positions, roles. So when we say that we have hired 20 new positions, or we're hiring 20 new positions, just recognize that 8 of those are backfill for the 8 that we eliminated their roles and are repurposing. So the net effect is 12 new positions above and beyond the 156 that was last approved, and those are specifically forecasted for our 2026 test year.
So there are not
I don't know if that
20
answered your question.
There are not 20 new ones because they include the 8 that were eliminated?
That's
or-
correct.
Okay.
Right, so the net increase to the last approved headcount of 156 is 12 employees.
Gotcha.
Okay. Thank you. I was going to have some questions about that for you to walk us through that.
Sure.
Looking at, and that in your direct testimony on page 35 is a chart, I believe, where that is reflected. Is that correct? And those 8 positions that you say were eliminated, it does say specifically 2 positions eliminated, and then it says 6 transfer to service company. Are those the 8 positions you're referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that is how the company reached the number of 168 for the
That's correct.
proposed full staff amount that's required.
Correct. And just for easy math, it's 156 minus 8 plus 20, recognizing that 12 of that 20 are new positions not previously in the approved headcount.
Okay. And just to confirm, just to make sure we have this straight, the company's response to commission staff's 4th request, number 1, discusses 4 positions that we created. Is that included within that number that we've already discussed?
Yes, it is. And you will, I'll just point you to where those positions are. If you refer or reference commission set for number 2, about halfway down that table, you'll see the title of the position is Water Utility Conservation. Those are those 4 employees.
Okay, thank you. And if Kentucky American were to hire and maintain that full proposed staffing level of 168, how would that affect the forecasted payroll expenses, specifically overtime dollars, temporary employees' labor, and contractor expenses?
So specific to that, Kentucky American Water did not include any increases in our test year for OT contracted services. In fact, our OT expenses are actually projected to be less in our test year than what actuals were for 2023, 2024 in our base year.
In the reverse, Kentucky American did not include any reductions either, did it, as a result of the full proposed headcount?
Can you maybe re-ask your question differently?
By doing the calculations that would include the 168 full-time employees, I believe there's testimony that there was also be no reduction to overtime and contract services, correct?
Correct, because we didn't add any additional overtime or contracted services in our test year, assuming a full 168 headcount.
Well, let's speak for just a few minutes about unaccounted for water loss. Kentucky American has decreased the amount of unaccounted for water loss based on the information in the record. Can you explain what you attribute the reduction to?
We take it seriously. We take unaccounted for water seriously. We understand the Kentucky administrative regulation limiting unaccounted for water loss above 15%. And we understand the impact that has to our costs, both to us and to our customers. We've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort to drive that number down. Since 2022, we've reduced our unaccounted for water loss by a little over 4%. And for a utility the size of Kentucky American Water, that's significant. As I said before, it's taken a group effort across my team, across our engineering teams, to really address and drive down specifically those things that we're doing. As we discussed in great detail in our last rate case in 2023, Kentucky American Water does have a comprehensive water loss reduction plan. We do update that annually. And as I've mentioned in my direct testimony, it has multiple components to it. And it includes everything from really focusing on apparent losses, which would be more around how we meter water, both in production, purchase water, and customer meters, but it's also real losses, right? Reduction of main breaks, being more efficient with the water, how much water we use for different activities, things of that nature. We spent a lot of time there, but also working with, you know, our other partners. You know, we do have, and we've mentioned this, we have about 270 special connections, which we identified in the last case that we believe are a source of some of our unaccounted for water. And so working with some of those larger partners, and I like to point out, you know, University of Kentucky is a great example of a really it's our largest special connection, and working very hard with them, partnering with them, pointing them to other utility expertise through third-party firms and consultants that could help University of Kentucky identify their own water loss and where that might be coming from, and just constantly maintaining those partnerships to help reduce those expenses. We're doing other things as well. You know, older meters do not register water as accurately. That is true specifically for the meters at our treatment plants. I mean, our non-revenue water, unaccounted for water, it starts with how much water did you purchase or how much water did you produce. So making sure that our own production meters are as accurate as they can be helps. We undertook a project this year to replace our production master meters leaving our plants. We've already completed one of those plants. We'll actually be starting replacement of those meters at another plant actually next week. So it's that type of focus on being deliberate about finding leaks, repairing them as fast as we can, employing technologies to help identify those leaks before they surface, right? While they're smaller, not as large and destructive and as much water loss, all the way to making sure that we are executing our length of service meter replacement program, replacing production meters. You know, it's comprehensive. It's difficult to point to one or the other. It's really everything involved, but we found it to be very successful. And then long term, and this is where I believe the QIP program has its benefits long term. It's difficult to point to a short term benefit necessarily, but over time, by overall reducing the average age of our pipelines, that will also help unplanned pipe failures in the future. And I'm talking 5 years, 10 years, multiple decades into the future. So it's really a very comprehensive approach. And I really can't point to one issue or the other than we've been focused on the entire program.
Thank you. And it was those measures that I was wanting you to discuss, which you already have, as far as the leak detection efforts, the meter replacements, the QIP. Any other measures you think have been the most helpful in reducing the water loss?
Again, it's all of it. We touch all of it, and our plans focus on all of the components annually and throughout the year.
Now, as far as the company's calculation of the unaccounted for water loss, was any adjustment made to account for that unaccounted for water loss in the excess of 15%?
No, it was not.
Are you able to cite to an example where the Kentucky Public Service Commission has previously authorized a deviation from 807 KAR 5066, Section 6.3, which addresses that deviation above the 15% for expenses associated with water loss?
No, I cannot.
Next, I'd ask you, does Kentucky American have forecasting methodology for the water used for system flushing, fire department water use, and water used in the water treatment process?
No.
Did you answer no?
No.
Okay. And going back to the unaccounted for water percentage, Kentucky American provided its forecasted number based on a 9-year average of variance between the non-revenue water percentage and the unaccounted for water percentage. Can you explain the reasoning for using the 9-year average for that?
Sure. So, in Mr. DeFever's testimony, he used the same number of years. In fact, in my direct testimony, find the reference here. My direct testimony, page 32 and 33, you'll find the same chart, 2016 through 2024. We simply use the same number of years, the same 9-year time frame. In Mr. DeFever's testimony, he incorrectly used a 18.4% non-revenue water number. That non-revenue water is not the same as unaccounted for water. And so we simply took the 18.4% that we projected in our test year that Mr. DeFever used in his calculations and made the adjustment based off the same number of years in that table that Mr. DeFever used.
Any other reason other than just using the same 9-year time span that the company did not use the percentage for the base period or the forecasted test period?
I mean, can you revise your question a little bit?
Basically just, I think you've already answered it, that you based it on the same amount of time, but your testimony was presented prior to Mr. DeFever, so I'm wondering how you initially came up with that 9-year average instead of using the numbers for the base period or the test period to calculate that percentage.
I think my attempt was just to try to be consistent. I think other responses, we were asked to use that time frame, 2016 through 2024. And so just to be consistent, we're just trying to use the same date ranges. But if 18.4% is accepted as American Water's projected test year non-revenue water number, we know that unaccounted for water would be less, and so we simply tied that calculation back to the same date range to be consistent.
We have no further questions at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Wood.
I guess nobody likes water loss. I think that's something we can all agree on. I wonder, when you're replacing pipes, is there any technology that you put in the ground to help detect or isolate losses of water underground?
We do. So I spoke to it briefly. A few years ago, we started deploying acoustical leak detection technology. These are actually listening devices that we can put on our valves or our fire hydrants that are constantly listening for the sound of water leaking out of pipes. It has a very distinct sound. That information is downloaded and correlated to a point where we have technology we deploy in the field where we can take that information and pinpoint generally where we think that leak is underground without actually being able to see it. So it's been fairly effective. Many of our sister operating states are using the same technology as our other utilities around the country.
Very well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Regan.
I don't have any.
Time to my turn then. In your rebuttal, you were talking about witness DeFever's calculations being mistaken in using non-revenue water instead of unaccounted for water loss. Can you explain the difference there?
Yes. So non-revenue water is a fairly simple calculation that expresses the difference between water we produce or purchase, the total water we supply, either from a purchase source or from our plants, less water sold to customers, right? That difference would be non-revenue water. Unaccounted for water is different. So to define, well, to calculate unaccounted for water, you would take your non-revenue water and then subtract any accounted for water that's approved by the commission that would ultimately get to your unaccounted for water.
But that you didn't get paid for. So
Still
it's
did not
not
get paid
unaccounted
for.
for, it just wasn't something that you got paid for, is that?
Well, it's also accounted for. So in my rebuttal testimony, if you turn to page 15, you'll find a report that we submit monthly to the commission. This is the Public Service Commission monthly water loss report. And for every single month, this is how we are asked, again, this is a commission report that we supply based off our operating data to actually try to quantify where those various losses are. And so when, in accordance with 807 KR 5, 6, section 6.3, water loss should not exceed 15% of total water produced or purchased, excluding water used by the utility in its own operation. So yes, it is not revenue. There's no revenue for that water, but it's water that's used and necessary for the maintenance of the system, for various treatment processes at the... Flushing is a great example. Processes at the plant that require water. For example, backwashing a filter at the plant. It uses finished water to backwash that water, backwash a filter. That's in this case, it would be counted as accounted for, but non-revenue water. Other examples also include water used for fighting fires. So,
Comply, but.
correct. We do have fairly good success with getting reports from our various fire departments. We reach out to them monthly, they do report. And then, of course, for example, LFUCG also uses our public water system for street sweeping. Again, it's de minimis, but, that's another example of...
You don't charge for that water?
No, ma'am.
Thank you for explaining that to me. Then moving to the incentive compensation. As I understood from your rebuttal testimony, performance pay is only recovered at target levels, and shareholders would cover the costs above that target. Can you explain that to me or give me an example?
Sure. So I'll try to the best of my ability. Our total market compensation is based off two parts. I think we've been through this, but it's based off of our fixed pay, $100 a year, that's their salary. Let's say 90% of that is fixed base. The other $10 in this case would be performance pay. Under the incentive programs, an employee has a total opportunity of between, let's say, 0 and 200%. We are only asking for recovery of 100% of that. Anything above that, which would bring us to $100. Okay, we would be compensating that employee for the full $100, which it's my understanding in this case, the reasonableness of that is not necessarily disputed. But in terms of the additional, 100% that would take you to 200, American Water really just did a great job and achieved all of its goals to their maximum possible extent. Any of that overage would be a cost borne by shareholders.
Mr. DeFever felt like some of the financial metrics that you were using to achieve these bonuses, I guess, since they were tied to shareholder compensation, wouldn't benefit your customers, that these metrics used for awarding bonuses benefited shareholders more than we could ever show that they benefit employees. Is the process that you just described to me, the over 100% coming out of shareholder profits, is that designed to minimize the concern that Mr. DeFever expressed?
It is. But I think it also, I think there's a two parts maybe to my response, Your Honor. One is that I haven't seen anywhere in this case a dispute that Kentucky American Water's total market-based compensation is not reasonable or prudent. And so approaching it from the standpoint that it is, Kentucky American Water believes that 100% of that total market-based compensation, which is a cost of our service, should be fully recoverable. As we discussed earlier, anything above that would absolutely be borne by our shareholders and not by our customers. So that would be maybe the starting point of my response. The second part, however, is that by choosing to use this approach to our total market compensation, the company really does believe that we're providing a strong incentive for our employees to do more than simply clock in and clock out every day, right? And we know that our customers want that. We're not looking for meeting minimum standards necessarily. When it comes to the quality of the water that we produce, which, by the way, is the only utility that any of us consume. So it has to be perfect 100% of the time. But also safety, water quality compliance, but also in terms of being effective in reducing costs. I can appreciate that there may be some concern that tying financial targets to our compensation pay could be an issue, or it would be challenging maybe to see how a customer benefits from that. But I think it's simpler than that. Every single day, our employees are making good decisions. We understand that we're the stewards of ratepayer dollars, and how we invest those dollars, how we spend those dollars in terms of how we operate our system are incredibly important to us. Mr. Burton talked a lot about the affordability of our rates for our customers. We take that very seriously. And so whether it's a capital project where we have employees who come up with an ingenious way to install a challenging piece of pipe through a challenging area, or a new treatment plant upgrade that we found a way to do it cheaper, that directly impacts the upfront cost of that capital improvement. But we're also looking for ways through those capital improvements to reduce long-term O&M expenses. We're looking at installing higher efficiency pumps. Maybe we don't need a pump of this size. We think a smaller size would be more appropriate, and it doesn't cost as much electricity to operate. Those type of decisions are being made every day around our capital program, but also our O&M expenses, our daily operations. And I've mentioned maybe in the past or in a previous response, well, just take chemicals, for example. Chemicals are expensive. We continue to see the cost of those chemicals rise year after year. Our burden as a steward of ratepayer dollars is to find a better way, a more efficient way to treat water at a lower possible cost. We've taken on optimization efforts to reduce how much chemical we need to use, but still be able to meet and exceed water quality standards and quality of water. Those efforts have directly related to reduced O&M expenses, just because our employees were driven to make decisions to find a better way to do something, to use less chemical, buy less tools, buy a cheaper tool. Those decisions, like I said, are being made constantly. They'd be almost impossible to enumerate. Why did you buy a $10 shovel, not a $12 shovel? Well, because the $10 shovel works just as well, and it's going to cost less. Those things that we would do to reduce actual O&M cost, it helps the company achieve its financial targets. It helps the company achieve its EPS targets. When the company achieves those EPS targets, we have better access to the capital market in terms of terms and rates, and those cost reductions driven right back to helping to mitigate the increase in customer rates. It's all interrelated, and through those O&M reductions, those cost reductions, and those decisions we make, they contribute to us being able to avoid increased expenses that our ratepayers would have otherwise had to bear.
Anything further, Commissioner? Anything? Redirect.
I don't have any redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, in that case, there won't be any recross. All right. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can take a little break, about 15 minutes. We'll see everybody back at, I don't know, 7 minutes past the hour. Back on the record, case number 2025-00122, and you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kentucky American Water calls Dominic DeGrazia.
Hello, Mr. DeGrazia. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
Sure. Dominic DeGrazia, Director, Rates and Regulatory, 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky.
We might need you to speak up just a little bit.
Sure.
Or get close to the mic.
Will
All
do.
right. Counsel?
Mr. DeGrazia, in your role for Kentucky American Water, did you arrange to be filed in this case direct testimony and rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
Did you also sponsor or co-sponsor a number of data responses Kentucky American Water has filed in the record of this case?
I did.
Do you have any updates or corrections to either piece of your testimony or to your data responses?
Only update is title. At the time of the filing, it was Senior Manager of Rates and Regulatory. Now it's Director of Rates and Regulatory.
Okay. Mr. DeGrazia is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it correct that Kentucky American is requesting to include approximately $332,246 of prior rate case expense from the 2023 rate case in the pending revenue requirement?
Yes, the company is requesting the continuation of the amortization from the prior case, which, subject to the check, would match that number.
And would you agree that if the company collects that $332,246 prior rate case expense every year in rates, then the company may over-collect that amount that's owed?
Yes, it's a possibility. However, under the approved amortization period from the last case, that's how we had proposed it in the case.
Do you have an updated amount in prior rate case expense that is currently owed as of today?
I do not offhand.
The Attorney General's Office will issue a post-hearing request for information for that updated amount.
Sure.
And in the pending case, Kentucky American is requesting to roll in the QUIP amounts into base rates and reset the QUIP surcharge to 0. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And based upon your rebuttal testimony, and I believe it's been touched on a bit today, Kentucky American included all QUIP eligible projects for the 2026 period into base rates instead of filing a separate QUIP application as it normally would do, correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware that the commission denied Kentucky American's request to roll in the QUIP amounts into base rates in the 2023 rate case?
I am.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you disagree with the Attorney General and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's return on equity expert, Mr. Baldino's recommendation for a 10 basis point reduction to the allowed ROE for Kentucky American's QUIP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware that commission precedent is to order a lower ROE for riders with true-up mechanisms?
I am not.
In your rebuttal testimony, you addressed case 2025-171, which is the Water Service of Kentucky's merger into Kentucky American case, correct?
Yes.
And in the pending case, is it accurate to state that Mr. DeFever recommended for Kentucky American to be required to track all merger-related savings to be reviewed in the next rate case?
I believe it was, yes.
And in your opinion, as a result of the merger, will Kentucky American realize any savings, either through economies of scale, synergies, or any other type of savings?
I don't know, as that merger application wasn't part of this proceeding.
I apologize, I could not hear that response.
I don't know it, as that application wasn't a part of this proceeding.
But you did participate in the merger case, correct?
As support.
You filed responses to discovery, correct?
I don't believe so. Or, I'm
So-
sorry, yes, I did, sorry.
So you did
Discovery,
file responses
yes.
to discovery?
Yes.
And If there are any merger-related savings, would it not be fair for those savings to flow to the customers?
To the extent that there's savings overall, but as I mentioned, it's not a part of this proceeding, and any inclusion into the overall company as far as rolling them in would take place in future proceedings.
And is it correct that Kentucky American receives invoices from the service company in the month that the service is rendered?
I would defer to witness Prendergast for that information.
You said Prendergast?
Yes.
So you do not feel comfortable answering any of the invoice questions? Is that what you're saying? Defer all of them to Mr. Prendergast?
I would not be able to answer the specifics on that. No, sorry.
Okay, all the rest of my questions were relating to the invoices, so I'll defer those to Mr. Prendergast to ask, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
you.
Mr. Osterloh.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. DeGrazia.
Good morning.
I foreshadowed some of these questions with Mr. Lewis earlier, but it's my understanding that Kentucky American is participating in a class action settlement involving 3M and DuPont. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Okay. And it's my understanding that that settlement agreement and the amounts that those companies would be paying to water utilities has been approved by the court system. Is that your understanding as well?
That is
Did you
my
know?
understanding, yes.
And according to your responses to Lexington's second set of data requests, Kentucky American anticipates receiving approximately $450,000 from the DuPont settlement. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And for DuPont, do you know if that's going to be one lump sum, or will that be spread out over a period of years, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. And then with respect to the 3M settlement, Kentucky American anticipates receiving approximately $4.5 million. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that will be spread out over a period of years, correct?
that is my understanding, yes.
In your response, you had indicated that Kentucky American already received 20% of that amount. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
just based on my calculation, that's roughly $900,000. Is that correct?
Yes, roughly.
And in the response, you indicated likely in the second or third quarter of this year, another payment would be made for approximately 45% of that amount. Is that accurate?
That is, yeah, my understanding, yes.
Okay. And just based on my calculations, that's roughly another $2 million approximately?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. Do you know if Kentucky American has received that payment?
Kentucky American, to my understanding, has not received and recorded the payment from the settlement yet. However, a portion of it, it's my understanding, is held in escrow in an outside legal firm's account, pending recording on Kentucky's books, but I can't speak to the timing of that
Okay.
at this point.
But it would, if you take that amount, that $2 million plus the $900,000 that has been received, we're talking about 2.9, close to $3 million that you anticipate Kentucky American receiving in this calendar year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does Kentucky American plan to do with the, well, let me backtrack. We talked about this going over a period of years. It's my understanding then over the next 8 years, the Kentucky American will receive the remaining 35% of that settlement amount from the 3M case. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay. So with the amount that Kentucky American anticipates receiving within this calendar year, 2025, what is the plan for that funding?
Well, as noted in reference in DR response LFUCG DR2 number 1, the company is planning on filing shortly a tariff filing asking for settlement proceeds to be returned to our customers as a credit line item on the bill as the funds are received. But that has yet been filed, but that is the intent to do.
Has the company determined sort of what the mechanism would be for that refund in terms of would it all go within 1 month billing period?
It would be pending the approval of the tariff filing, which is yet to be filed, so I can't speak to that
Okay.
yet.
And you mentioned in your DI response, that would be done in the near future. I believe you just mentioned soon or something along those
Yes.
lines. Do you have an anticipated timeline when that filing would be made with this commission?
I do not.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Staff, thank you. Mr. DeGrazia, if you can't hear me, let me know.
Sure.
But if you're not the best person to answer my questions, please let me know and I'll ask another party. I think the first question I have relates to Exhibit 37 in the application, Schedule A.
Yes.
I believe that you all filed an update to the base period on September the 15th. Does that sound?
Yes.
Okay. And as a post-hearing data request, we are going to ask that those updates be provided in Excel format with the cells unlocked and the formulas intact.
Sure.
But you would agree with me that upon review of at least that initial page of adjustments, the actual revenue requirement based on those adjustments would decrease?
The overall revenue requirement, yes.
Okay. And then, the kind of, the adjustments related to fuel and power and other customer accounting, office supplies and services, and I think the postage, printing, and stationery, those items were all items that initially the company had applied a growth factor to, correct?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
There were several adjustments made to the expenses. And there were, well, I guess 4 categories, and the 5th category was insurance other than group. And of those categories, I think the first 4 were ones that had the growth factor applied to them initially in the application. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And they ended up, you all have submitted a decrease adjustment. So would that revise your all's calculation of the growth factor, or would you still believe that your growth factor was accurate in the initial application?
It's my understanding that with those adjustments made, they incorporated any future growth factor applied to them, but that would be subject to check. But I believe that was the numbers that were provided.
So considering that several of the categories you applied a growth factor to had to have downward adjustments, would you say that your growth factor was still accurate?
All else being equal, outside those updates with the base period update, I would say yes.
Is there any particular idea that you would rely upon for that response?
I'm sorry?
Is there any particular principle or basis that would evidence that response being yes?
I would say base period update was consistent with our original filing. And it's my understanding that upon base periods updates, we're only to update for any corrective items and nothing further, and that's how we filed the base period update in this application as well.
In setting your all's growth factor, did you compare it to the CPI?
Company witness Prendergast could better answer more detailed questions related to the analysis that was performed in development of the growth factor.
Okay. And then I know Ms. Gold kind of hit on some of these questions. I'm not sure that she specifically asked if you were aware of any other commission order that authorized an amortization period of only 2 years outside of what you all are requesting, like an actual approved example.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase or repeat that?
Are you aware of any other final order issued by the commission that would approve a 2-year amortization of rate case expense?
I am not aware.
And then can you explain a little bit about what the effect of ending the QIP rider program would have on a Kentucky American's rate base and any future capital investments?
Well, as was mentioned in my testimony and testimony given here, we believe that the QIP program is valuable as it allows for better timely recovery of investments that are needed to provide safe, reliable water to our customers. Ending, I would say just in general, ending the program would take that mechanism, again, that provides timely recovery. It would essentially take out one of the two methods that we have for recovery of main replacements that I believe is crucial and important to our, providing water service to our customers.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wood.
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Regan.
She asked my questions, so I don't have any.
Okay, and I don't have questions either. Any redirect?
No, redirect, Your Honor.
Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? You're excused, sir. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Kentucky American's next witness is remote, Your Honor. It's Michael Adams.
Okay.
I think he's online.
I am.
Can you hear us okay, Mr. Adams?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Would you put yourself on camera? There you are. Would you raise your
Right.
right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
And lower your hand and count.
Mr. Adams, this is Lindsey Ingram. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. Did you cause to be filed on behalf of Kentucky American Water testimony in this matter?
I did.
Do you have any updates or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Mr. Adams is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Go.
No questions.
Nor do I.
Staff.
Staff does not either.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
No.
Commissioner Wood. I don't know if I call you Mr. Wood. Commissioner Reagan.
I don't.
Okay. Just briefly, I guess I'll have a couple for you, Mr. Adams. You are a consultant, and you were hired to do a study on the reasonableness of the charges that Kentucky American charges and is asking for.
That is correct.
Okay. And in general, your responses were all positive, that these fees were reasonable. The per customer cost, the 2024 per customer cost was $25.03. And what is that based on? That is the amount it costs to serve a customer, not what they're charging them, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the peer average for this same amount of services from the peer companies you looked at is about $28.09?
Correct.
Okay.
I would just add that in almost every circumstance, all but one, to be quite honest, Kentucky American is lower than the peer companies.
Except the A&G per customer, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's slightly above average?
They are $10, $11 higher than the peer companies per
Okay.
customer.
And do you know reasons, like, did you look into specifics?
I did not. It was not that material, to be quite honest, so I just kind of looked along.
Okay. All right, I think that's all the questions I had. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any reason Mr. Adams couldn't be excused? Hearing no objection, Mr. Adams, thank you very much, you're excused.
Very good. Thank you.
Next witness when you're ready.
Kentucky American's next witness is Nichi Chow.
Ms. Chow, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat and tell us your name and business address.
My name is Nichi Chow. I'm the principal regulatory analyst, and my location is 727 Craig Road, St. Louis, Missouri, 63141.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Chow.
Good morning.
Did you file direct and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And were you also listed as a witness or a co-witness for certain data responses that Kentucky American has filed in this proceeding?
Yes,
Do you have any updates to your testimony?
I do not.
Do you have any updates to your data responses?
I do not.
The witness is available for questions.
Okay. let's go.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I only have 2 questions for you this morning. Is it correct that Kentucky American included membership dues in the forecasted test period that include costs for legislative advocacy, regulatory advocacy, or public relations, also known as lobbying costs?
Yes,
And are you aware of the commission precedent to disallow dues that include lobbying costs?
yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What steps did the company take to educate the public on this particular rate increase?
I would probably have to defer that to another company witness.
Which one would you?
I would say Dominic DeGrazia.
We'll go ahead and add that to a post-hearing data request then. And then,
Or Ms. Tussey, Mr. Prendergast could probably also answer that question if you don't want to do it post-hearing.
okay, thank you. I just have one other question.
Sure.
Is there any steps that the company has taken to address, and I know it's been talked about today, the 12% affordability gap identified by Ms. Ather? Any, with regard to this particular rate case, or rate increase?
Again, I believe I would have to defer that to another witness.
Okay. That's all that staff had.
Commissioner Wood.
No questions.
Commissioner Reader.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a quick question. You get everything ready for the filing, correct?
Right.
And do you do all the research on the filing, or is your position to get everything together and then just file it?
I have parts of the filing, so it's my focus was mostly on O&M expenses.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
Any reason this witness couldn't be excused?
No.
Thank you, ma'am, for your excuse.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Kentucky American's next witness is Beth Ather.
Ms. Ather, would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Beth Ather. My business address is 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey, 08102.
Counsel?
Ms. Ather, did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did,
And were you the witness for certain data responses in this proceeding?
yes.
Do you have any updates to your testimony?
No, I don't.
Do you have any updates or correction to your data request?
No.
The witness is available for questions.
No questions.
I don't have any questions for Ms. Ather.
Staff.
Hi, Ms. Ather. Just one question. On page 6 of your direct testimony, you mentioned that the EPA has used a 4.5% threshold for combined water and wastewater bills. Given that, can you explain why Kentucky American has used the 2% threshold and why the company believes that's a more appropriate standard for this case, particularly since Kentucky American's proposed rates are for water service only.
Yeah, so the EPA's rates were 3% to 4.5%. We used the more conservative 2% because the EPA, as you stated, was for water and wastewater. So since this was just a water case, we went with the 2% to be conservative.
What would you use if there was wastewater included?
It would be closer to 4%.
That's all the questions staff had.
Okay, Commissioner Wood,
I don't have any questions, Chair.
Commissioner Regan.
No, I don't think I do.
So, I noticed in your testimony that the BTI ratios, the bill to income ratio, have stayed steady, over the past few years, I think. 23 and 24. There's been like, less than 1% increase at least, looks like. And I was surprised to see that. I think everywhere there's a perception that utility rates are going up more quickly than inflation, more quickly than income. There's been no minimum wage raise in years and years. Can you explain that, like, why that perception isn't being demonstrated in your calculations?
Yeah, I think if you refer to chart 1 in my direct testimony, page 9, you see the average monthly bill as compared to median household income. And the chart there shows that median household income is rising at a rate faster than the average bill.
Okay. And I guess maybe it's just your territory. There is population growth in part, at least the urban parts of your territory, and economic development opportunities. Is there a difference between the urban areas of your service territory and the rural areas?
In terms of?
Median income rising, or do you break it down that way, or do you just do an overall?
Our analysis was over the entire Kentucky American Water Service area.
What do you think you would see if you broke that down into different areas for the urban areas and the rural areas?
I haven't looked at that specifically, so.
I'm asking you to
Yeah.
speculate, I realize that, but is that something that would be difficult to do?
I don't think it would be difficult, no.
I don't know how useful it is, because you'd have to serve them all the same, but it might make a difference in where and how you offered low-income programs, for instance. Would you see any benefit in doing that sort of a breakdown?
I think our low-income programs would be across the entire service area, so I'm not sure if there would be a benefit.
Mm-hmm.
When you're referring to service territory, you're just talking about Kentucky?
Correct.
Correct, it doesn't include anything
Correct.
else? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
So 88% of customers pay less than 2% of their income for water service.
Correct.
And that is the conservative figure that was chosen for only water service as an affordability index, as I understand it. So that means 12% are paying more than 2% of their income. Is that about 14,000 households? Your 12%?
Was that the question? Is
Yeah.
it about 14%?
Yeah.
Subject to check.
Total number of customers, do you remember?
Not off the top of my head.
That's fine. And that's still substantial, 14,000
It is.
households. Are some of the company's assistance programs tied directly to ownership of the house? Like, or do they apply equally to renters?
I would have to defer that question to witness Burton regarding the customer assistance programs.
Which witness?
Burton?
Oh, Burton, okay. Who didn't get excused. Or if someone else can answer it, that'd be fine. All right. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Redirect?
No.
I'm looking at the wrong attorney, I'm sorry.
No, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Braun. Okay. All right, any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am, you're excused. And call your next witness, applicant.
Kentucky American's next witness is Ann Bulkley.
Ms. Braun, please, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat, tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Ann Bulkley. My business address is 1 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02108. That's the Brattle Group.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Bulkley.
Good morning.
Did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And did you also file rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any updates to either your direct or rebuttal testimony?
I don't.
And were you also the witness for certain data responses that the company has submitted in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or updates to those responses?
No, I don't.
Okay. The witness is available for questions.
Ms. Gao.
No questions.
Staff? Staff?
Hi, Ms. Bulkley. Actually, we will ask for one post-hearing data request. If you could please provide an update to the ROE analysis with the more updated market data.
Just to clarify, could you identify the exhibit that you're looking to have updated?
Just your analysis as a whole, your study, if there are any updates based on the more current market data since the data that you use. So basically data since July 31st, 2025 or after.
So the entire study?
Yes. If you have any updates to that based on changes that have occurred in the market.
Sure.
That's all for today.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
Give me a second if you don't mind.
Sure. Take your time.
Ms. Bulkley, I'm sort of new to the commission. I'm still learning a lot of the terms and still learning a lot of the concepts. It seems like every utility case is different, whether it's water or electric or gas or transmission. Thank goodness we don't do telephones anymore, or else it'd be even a tall order. But I was curious when I joined the commission about the importance of rate of return and return on equity. And I noticed that your testimony took a dive into that. And I wonder if you would explain to me sort of the concept of return on equity and how that plays into your all's rate request.
So the return on equity is the return provided, the return on equity that you're setting would be what you estimate would be the investor required return on the equity that's invested in the company.
Okay, and what's the importance of that measure of that percentage?
The importance would be the ability to attract capital.
Okay, and what?
Equity capital specifically.
Which capital?
Equity capital specifically.
Okay. And what is the return on equity that the company is asking for in this case? if this revenue request is given, what would that allow the company's return on equity to be?
And the return that I've recommended in this case is 1075.
And how did you arrive at that as being the ideal number for the company?
It is based on the analyses presented in my direct testimony. If you were to turn to schedule, exhibit, AEB 1, there is a summary of the analyses, the model estimation that was done. So the constant growth DCF, the CAPM, and the ECAPM model results, and presenting a range of results there. I then also looked at the various business risk factors as compared to the proxy group company to establish when within the range where my recommendation would fall, and took into consideration the company's requested capital structure because of course. Oh, I'm sorry, it's exhibit AEB 1 would be the summary page of all of the analysis.
Is that the very last exhibit?
It should be the first exhibit, actually. There may be a table at the end of the testimony as well. Let me just look and see. Also, if it's easier to find, page 52 of the testimony, if that's an easier place for you to find it, the same table would appear there. It's figure 10.
I'm just sort of curious about that because the Attorney General's witness talks about a 9.5 return on equity. Not always easy to discern what a fair number is, or what the right number is, or what the less bad number is. And I guess I was just looking for some guidance as to how you all arrived at that number. Is there a nutshell explanation that you can give for how you selected that number?
Yes, I mean, I looked at the results here that are summarized in figure 10, and again, I considered the relative risks of Kentucky American as compared to the proxy group companies, and I also considered the differences in capital structure, and concluded that the number would be somewhere in the, average to sort of above average range there from the recommendations. You referenced the 9.5 recommendation of the Attorney General's witness. That I addressed in my rebuttal testimony and demonstrated that that is actually a recommendation to lower the ROE, even though when comparing his analysis from the last case where you made your determination of 9.7 and his analysis in this current case, when you compare those two things, the model results actually show an increase in the cost of equity using all of his results. So I would be concerned about that is directionally, the recommendation would be directionally incorrect.
I don't mean to put the cart before the horse by talking about a future witness's testimony, but as you review the financial testimony, it sticks out. I mean, that's a big difference. And I'm just looking for some guidance as to what's fair under the circumstances.
Sure.
Could you tell me about the proxy companies that you used? I guess is that a basket of similar utilities and similar water utilities, and how they charge, or how the return that they have, the proxy group?
Sure. So the proxy group of companies that I've used is a combination of water companies and natural gas companies. The water company proxy group has gotten to be very small lately, and the number of analyst coverage has been is not great. So the broader proxy group provides us a little bit more information about a similar group with broader coverage from the analysts. And that proxy group is also relied on by Mr. Baldino as well. He has historically relied exclusively on that group, as I have in prior proceedings here before this commission.
Is there a way to answer this question? And what is the company's return on equity now? What is that percentage right now?
The authorized return on equity currently is 9.7% from this commission in the last proceeding.
And so the company is asking for an increase to 10.75 to increase that return?
Yes, reflecting the market conditions today and the model results today, as well as the equity ratio that the company is looking for in this proceeding, yes.
Has the company had any difficulty in attracting capital up to now?
That is a different witness who is actually doing the actual financing. I am a consultant who's performing this study. The financing witness.
This will be Ms. Gonzalez.
Okay, then I'll save that question for her. Let me look through my notes again and see if there's anything else that I want to ask you. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Reagan.
Just a couple. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Or, well, it's still morning. Can you walk through the proxy group, the thought process, and how the risks are comparable to the water company?
The specific.
Like how are gas companies, how are their risks comparable to a water company?
Yep, I understand your question. So I've looked at this, generally speaking, from some of the parameters. Now, mind you, this is actually both witnesses in this proceeding have relied on a similar group. And it's something that we've done over the years as the groups, the water company group has narrowed. If you look to page 16 of my rebuttal testimony, figure 4, some of the metrics that we've used to compare the water and the natural gas companies are shown there. The safety ranking and timeliness rankings that are provided by Value Line, as well as the beta, which is kind of a measure of the relative risk to the market overall, and they are fairly comparable. They're both distribution systems, unlike the electrics, which have the generation risk. They're both, distribution service companies, so there are some operational consistencies there as well.
Okay, and did you look at whether or not just looking at a water-only proxy group would, better reflect the risks?
Yeah, so this is over time. We have many witnesses have actually gone to the larger proxy group because the data is it's a very small group for just the water companies, and the coverage is not as good for getting analyst coverage for the proxy group of just the water companies. And so many cost of equity analysts have been using this larger group, including Mr. Baldino and myself. Only in this proceeding, actually, did Mr. Baldino look at just the water group. In the past, he's relied on the combination group as well, because of that. Well, my reason is because of that coverage. I can't speak to what his reason necessarily is for that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And I don't have any questions unless you have anything further, Commissioner Wood? Okay. Redirect?
No.
All right. Any reason this witness can't be excused? All right. Thank you. Madam
Sure.
And we are very close to the lunch hour. I think with the progress we've been making that we could take a full hour for lunch and everyone be back here at 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Chair. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We are back on the record, case number 2025-00122. And applicant, if you'd like to call your next witness.
Yes. Kentucky American's next witness is Harold Walker.
Mr. Walker, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
My name is Harold Walker III. My business address is 1010 Adams Avenue, Audubon, Pennsylvania.
Okay, counsel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon.
Did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And did you also file rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Do you have any changes or updates to your direct or rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
And were you also the witness for certain data responses filed in this case on Kentucky American's behalf?
Yes, I was.
And do you have any corrections or updates to those responses?
Not that I know of.
The witness is available for questions.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Walker, your cash working capital recommendation is based on a lead lag study that you performed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the lead lag study that you submitted in the pending case, you included non-cash items. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you are aware of the commission precedent to disallow non-cash items from the lead lag study, correct?
Yes, the recent precedent I'm aware of.
And you were Kentucky American's cash working capital witness in the 2023 rate case, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that the commission disallowed the inclusion of the non-cash items from the cash working capital in that case as well, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon.
Can we maybe take a step back? You prepared a lead lag study in this case, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe what the importance of a lead lag study is?
The lead lag study measures the timing difference between the provision of service and the payment for those service.
Okay. And how does that impact the utilities rates?
Depending on the results, it measures the amount of working capital, cash working capital required to finance the difference between the provision of service and the payment for service. And that difference is a component of rate base.
And you mentioned the lead lag study measures the time between the service being provided and the revenue for those services. Is that correct?
Yes, it's measured in days, and the days are then multiplied by the dollars.
Okay. And all else being equal, the longer the time between the expense being incurred and the date collections are received would mean higher rates. Is that fair?
Well, it's not the expense being incurred, it's the revenue, it's the service being provided.
Okay, okay, understood. And so the larger number of days in your lead lag study would then, all else being equal, result in higher proposed rates, correct?
In theory, it would require more working capital, and more working capital would result in a higher than otherwise rate base.
And one of the components in the lead lag study is the billing lag, is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you describe to the commission what the billing lag is?
The billing lag is the period of time between when the meter is read and when the bill is posted to accounts receivable.
Are you aware that Kentucky American has requested approval to deploy advanced metering infrastructure in another case?
Yes, I'm generally aware.
Do you agree that AMI could reduce the billing lag?
It could, yes.
Okay. Have you performed any studies to know or to quantify what that billing impact would be if a utility were to implement AMI?
No.
And you didn't factor AMI into your study in this particular case, correct?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Staff.
No actual questions from staff, just a reminder of the post-hearing data request that's already been mentioned to get the Excel file version of your updated cash working capital calculation.
All right, sure.
And Ms. Phil, Your Honor, I assume that the commission's gonna stick with this custom of reducing the post-hearing data request to writing, and then they'll be issued, okay, I just wanna make sure, so we get all the, okay, thank you.
And as a heads up, we may do 2 rounds in this case, because
Okay.
we've got time.
Okay.
No further questions, Commissioner?
Mr. Walker, thank you for your testimony regarding a deep and narrow rabbit hole of this case. It's not as exactly sexy as
We'd like studies like sex.
digging pipelines and all that. But I would like to ask you a question about part of the operations of the company, and that is, does Kentucky American Water charge a deposit for customers who apply for service?
Yes,
And I don't mean to catch you flat-footed, but do you know what that deposit is?
I do not. That's not an area that I'm testifying on, but I'm generally aware of the concept.
Do you think it's in the neighborhood of $100 or $50 or?
I would be speculating. I have no idea.
And so, does Kentucky American Water have 140,000 customers? Is that what I heard earlier?
I believe that's correct.
And so how does the company use the deposit money? And does that have any effect on the working capital requirement that you're testifying about today?
It doesn't impact working capital with regards to my testimony, but in terms, it does impact or ultimately could impact rate base depending on if the deposits are refunded or not. The dollars that aren't refunded become reclassified. They become what's known as contributions in aid of construction, which is a permanent reduction from rate base. So depending on the tariff language spells out exactly how and when the deposit would be refunded.
Well, I guess my question is more about, you testified that you need $300,000 for working capital, and I'm wondering if 142,000 customers pay a $100 deposit, that's $14 million, and are you allowed to use that deposit money for working capital since you're paying customers, presumably paying them interest or accounting for it otherwise? I'm just wondering if that could be your working capital instead of having a line item for the rate case.
No, that cannot be. That's a separate and distinct, it's earmarked for a separate and distinct purpose.
So that has to be kept segregated from the other funds?
I believe there's a separate account on that, yes.
Okay, very well, thank you.
Sure.
I don't.
I don't have questions either. Redirect.
Briefly.
Yes.
Mr. Walker, subject to check, is it accurate that Kentucky American does not require deposits for new customers?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question? I'm
Sure. Mr. Walker, would it surprise you to learn that Kentucky American does not charge or assess a deposit for a new customer application?
Yes, it would surprise me. I'm not familiar with all the tariff, but of the company. But
Sure.
I accept that subject to check.
Sure. Thank you. That's all.
Recross.
No.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused. And that brings us to your next witness.
Kentucky American's next witness, Your Honor, is Linda Schlesman.
Hi there. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Tell us your full name and your business address, please.
My name is Linda Schlesman. I'm the Director of Taxes Regulatory for American Water. And my business address is 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey, 08102.
Ms. Schlesman, did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony in this matter in May of this year?
Yes.
And were you also identified as the responsible witness on a couple of data responses that have been filed in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to your testimony or to those data responses?
No.
Ms. Schlesman's available for questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
No questions.
Staff.
Thank you. Ms. Leishman, you state in your testimony that a Kentucky American's income tax expense is calculated on a standalone basis. However, the company is part of consolidated group for federal income tax purposes. Could you explain how this standalone calculation reconciles with the company's actual tax liability as a member of a consolidated group?
Yes, so for rate-making purposes, we have calculated tax expense on a standalone basis, meaning that we're using the books and records and all of the inputs for this case to calculate tax expense, Kentucky's only. When we file a tax return for federal purposes, we include Kentucky American Water as a subsidiary of American Water when we file the tax return.
So you actually use a bit of different information for the
Yes.
other? Okay. That's all that staff has. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
No questions, Chair.
All right. I'm gonna try to ask some questions about the corporate alternative minimum tax.
Yeah.
As I understand it, you have to have over $1 billion in revenue?
It's in adjusted financial statement income, which is a concept different than both book income and federal taxable income. It's a kind of a regime all on its own.
Okay, it's pretty new.
Yes, it is.
It wouldn't apply to Kentucky American, but it applies to your parent company.
It applies to Kentucky American Water because they are within the single employer group of American Water, and that makes them applicable corporation under the law.
So it wasn't included in this filing.
That's correct.
That you were going to apply the corporate alternative minimum tax to Kentucky American. It is being applied, I assume, at the parent company level?
Yes, that's correct. So at the time of filing, the amount, Kentucky American Water's portion was booked at the parent company, and so we did not include it because it was not included in the historic test period cutoff.
Looks like it's discussed here because we're being told it will be included in the next filing.
Yes, so we wanted to introduce the concept to make you aware of it, that it would be, dealt with in the next proceeding.
So I want to understand what the effect will be on ratepayers once Kentucky American starts applying the corporate alternative minimum tax to its case filings here in the PSC and wrapping that into its books. Explain to me what effect you think it will have on ratepayers.
Yes. So the corporate alternative minimum tax is a acceleration of cash payments to the federal government. A applicable corporation would pay the greater of 15% of their adjusted financial statement income under that regime, and the regular tax liability as we know it now at the 21%. Additionally, the company is allowed a credit towards taxes in the future of that amount. So the cash goes to the government.
Pay
and-
early.
Yes, and then
Earlier.
and then the company records an asset on the books to use later against regular tax liability. So the effect is not an increase to tax expense. It does not impact the income statement. So the impact is not an increase to tax expense for customers, but rather it is an asset that would be included in rate base. You could think of it as a reduction to that deferred tax liability for accelerated benefits such as the difference in method life for tax and book depreciation or repairs. In essence, the company is not able to benefit from those accelerated deductions because of this overlay of the cash tax acceleration. and therefore the deferred tax liability is reduced. So how that affects customers is that the deferred tax liability that generally reduces rate base would be less, and so rate base would be increased by that asset until it could be used.
Is this something you feel you're required to do under the new law?
Yes, as American Water and its subsidiaries meet the threshold of the over $1 billion in adjusted financial statement income. And so we are booking this in accordance to the law.
At all of the affiliates for American Water, as far as you know?
Yes, that do have the standalone calculation.
And if you're required to do it, then why isn't it in this filing?
For two reasons. So first, as I mentioned before, it was not on the books at the test period end. And then at that time in the spring when we filed, it was not clear if with all the legislation that was in the works at the federal government, if there would be any changes to the tax as part of that overall bill that was being worked on. So at that time, we thought that we would, for those two reasons, not include it in the test period nor in the forecasted periods. Now, since then, we have received that legislation and there were no changes to that tax. We would, at this time, would need to address it in the next case with absent any legislation changes.
But it was seen as optional this year?
It was, I wouldn't call it optional. It was a decision not to include because it wasn't clear whether or not there would be changes in the summer when that bill was passed. It was the one big beautiful bill, and whether or not that would be included in legislation changes.
So overall, it gives American Water a bigger tax break? Because
No.
this is a tax in the big beautiful bill, correct?
No, this tax is not in the big beautiful bill. This was a part of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022.
Okay.
What I was referring to earlier was when we filed the case, we were holding on including an amount within this case because we wanted to see whether or not there would be any changes to the law through the one big beautiful bill. And at the time, we did not know. Since then, the bill has come out. There were no changes to the law from the Inflation Reduction Act. So we don't foresee any, absent any further legislation, we don't foresee any changes to the rules as laid out in the 2022 bill from the Inflation Reduction Act.
So they kept this tax from the Inflation Reduction Act and carried that through to this new bill? Or it's just in place?
Wasn't addressed, yeah. The thought had been perhaps they would address it, but it was silent on it.
Anything further? I don't have anything further. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. And applicant can call its next witness.
Kentucky American Water's next witness, Your Honor, is Jennifer Gonzalez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Jennifer Gonzalez. I'm the Assistant Treasurer, and I am located at 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey, 08102.
Ms. Gonzalez, in your capacity in that job, did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony in May of this year in this case?
I did.
Did you also sponsor a handful of data responses that have been filed in the record of this case?
I did.
do you have any updates or corrections to either your testimony or to those data responses?
I do have one update.
Okay.
Within my testimony, I had shared that there was a planned Q3 debt issuance that was going to take place. That debt issuance has now taken place.
And what are the dates of that issuance, Ms. Gonzalez?
That debt issuance was executed at American Water Cap Corp. On August 6th. The debt will be pushed to Kentucky American as of September 15th.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gonzalez is available for cross.
Okay.
No questions.
Mr. Ochoa?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, and staff?
I have no questions.
Commissioner?
Ms. Gonzalez, I was asking some questions of an earlier witness. I believe that it was about the return on equity, is that right? And they deferred to you?
They did, yes.
Okay, and so, just, I'm new on the commission, still
Sure.
trying to get my feet wet. But I've got a bit of a financial background, but it's been a while. And so I just wanted to ask you about the return on equity and sort of how that played a role in these proceedings, and just tell me about that as it relates to the company.
Sure. So addressing that question that you had originally directed to witness Bulkley, you had asked if there had been any issues in obtaining capital. Would you like me to start there?
Yes, that's a great spot.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, to date, Kentucky American has not had any difficulties obtaining capital because of American Water Cap Corp's strong credit ratings. However, it is important to know that Kentucky American Water does compete with the other affiliates as far as obtaining capital. American Water is acutely aware that statutes and regulatory schemes vary from state to state, as well as regulatory commissions have different policies, administrative procedures, and precedents. These differences affect American Water's investment decisions.
Okay, so tell me now, it appears to me from reading the documents that I read is that Kentucky American is requesting an increase to 10.75, is that right?
That's correct.
And where does that come from today? What would you say the rate of return on equity is today?
I believe that I don't have the numbers in front of me. However, I know that the previously approved rate was 9.7, and I believe the current rate is hovering in between the previously authorized rate and the current rate that we're asking for.
And so can you give a reason why the request for the increase, by my math, it would be over 10% increase in the return on equity. Can you give me a reason why the PSC should consider that or approve that?
I think that's better answered for witness Bulkley.
By who?
For witness Bulkley.
And she's been excused, Your Honor, but I think Mr. Prendergast could also address that issue. If you're just asking about why an investor-owned utility should be afforded a reasonable opportunity to earn on its investments, Mr. Prendergast would be able to answer that.
My question is more about the increase from 9.7 to 10.75, and less about, it's more about the increase than it is the rate itself.
Sure.
We're all looking for the sweet spot, Ms. Gonzalez. We're all looking for
Sure.
a rate that enables the company to attract the capital that it needs to borrow the money to make the improvements.
Of course.
But also to keep the ratepayer in mind constantly. This isn't the only utility asking for a big rate increase, and it's like swatting at flies sometimes. So I appreciate your thoughtful answer to my question.
No problem.
Good. Yeah, Commissioner again. I don't have questions either. So, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
I'm about to excuse this witness unless I hear somebody object. All right, thank you. Okay.
But I would just add, to the extent you have unanswered questions about ROE, of course, Your Honor, we'd be happy to answer those in post-hearing data.
Okay. And call your next witness when you're ready.
Sure. Kentucky American's next witness is Max Mlullen.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Max McClellan, address 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey.
Mr. McClellan, did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any updates or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
And were you also the witness for several data responses that were submitted on Kentucky American's behalf in this case?
I was.
And do you have any updates or corrections to those responses?
I do not.
The witness is available for questions.
No questions.
I don't have any questions either.
I have a few. Thank you. Mr. McClellan, if you are not best suited to answer the question, please just let me know. But I have a few questions related to the cost of service study.
Sure.
So I would like to start like generally with the cost of service study that you did. It is a little different than the one that was presented in the last rate case. Have you had the opportunity to review the one that was prepared in the 23-191 case?
I have reviewed it.
Okay. And specifically, there are a couple of just like presumptions that were different. I think for example, the firefighting water usage that was presumed. I think in the last one, it was 12,000 gallons per minute for 6 hours. And in your cost of service study, you presumed 14,000 gallons per minute for 10 hours.
Yes, that's the case.
Okay. Can you explain a little bit about why you selected a different metric for that?
Yes, I speak to this in my testimony as well as in several data requests. First of all, I'd like to mention that generally the cost of service study is largely the same as that was presented in the prior case. This is one of the very few changes case to case. So the reason that those firefighting requirement assumptions were changed is that in the prior case, I believe it was the rationalization was that it was 2 fires with a requirement of 6,000. But in this case, I'd love to pull up that data request. In this case, we're essentially utilizing the lowest, the most conservative firefighting flows that could be justified using general firefighting requirements based on population established by the National Board of Fire Underwriters and also associated grading schedule for municipal fire protection published by the Insurance Services Office. In those, essentially for populations in excess of 200,000 people, the lowest appropriate gallons per minute would be 12,000 gallons per minute plus 2,000 to 8,000 gallons per minute for a potential second fire. So using 14,000, that's the minimum appropriate amount of gallons per minute that could be utilized in this situation. And expanding on that a little bit, the 10-hour demand, which was also an increase from the prior case's assumptions, that's the lowest appropriate amount of hours demand to utilize based on the required fire flow of 10,000 gallons per minute or greater.
So you mentioned for municipals with populations in excess of 200,000, and you would agree that Kentucky American Service Territory encompasses some counties generally that don't even get near that population, correct?
It would have counties to that description, yes.
Okay, and so was any of the surrounding areas' population taken into consideration in that calculation?
While it would include some counties that meet that description, I think that overwhelmingly the population involved with our public fire hydrants is sufficient to justify the numbers that we used in the cost service study.
Okay. The other you mentioned the hours were different in that presumption. The other place that it seemed to vary a little bit from the last cost of service study was in the calculation related to base and extra usage. The average daily usage calculation seemed to be different. The maximum average daily calculation, usage calculation, or consumption is what the other one called it. In this one, you used a sample population out of Missouri. Is that correct?
That is correct. We utilized sample data of AMI data from St. Louis County, Missouri. The data there is very granular. There's a robust amount of AMI meters in that service territory, and we sampled their AMI meter data, comparing them to customers within the Kentucky American Service Territory in order to ensure there's a strong correlation between the two, and they would be appropriate to use.
Okay, so I have a couple follow-ups to that explanation. You would agree that St. Louis County, Missouri is relatively urban?
I would agree with that.
And once again, Kentucky American has several counties that are relatively rural in the
It
service
does.
area. Okay. And then you mentioned a sample. How many customers' meter information were sampled from Missouri?
I don't recall.
Okay, would you be able to get that information if we asked in post-hearing data request?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And was there any reason in particular that this cost of service study used AMI data from another state instead of usage data from the service territory?
It's for the reason that the other service territory had a large AMI meter rollout and such had highly granular data, which was very
So just
useful.
the more accurate, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, I'm
Oh.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, essentially more granular data produces better results, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then I have some like more specific questions related to the numbers you concluded were appropriate in the case, specifically with regard to page 16 of your direct testimony, lines 20 through 23. And I'll give you a second if you'll let me know when you get there.
I have that.
Okay, so I think you mentioned that you because of the commission's last order regarding the fire related cost of service portion of the cost of service study. You mentioned that you did not increase or recommend that the rates increase with relation to the fire service to more than 125% of the revenue required revenue required increase percentage in that part of your direct, and that's a mouthful, and I'm sorry. And related to your recommendations, can you explain how you concluded that 125% was an appropriate percentage?
Sure, we have several classes that are below their cost of service or well below it. The 125% was chosen in order to facilitate gradualism in moving the different classes towards their class cost of service.
Can you, I know that you discuss it, but from your perspective, what does gradualism mean? Like, what would be not appropriate versus the 125%?
Sure, it's a good question. It's more conceptual. There's not a lot of metrics in how to facilitate gradualism. As far as what would be appropriate, not appropriate, ultimately, we compared several different, or I compared several different outcomes at different percentages and made a judgment call at 125% that was reviewed by a rate design working group made up of several people with expertise related to the rate design.
Okay. I will also mention that in a post-hearing data request, we are going to ask for some additional specific numbers related to charges supported by the cost of service study. I think
Okay.
they're more like conclusory from the information you provided, but just as a heads up. My other two questions relate more to just helping me understand where certain things came from in the cost of service study.
Sure.
I think that one of the questions we had was related to the deferred debits. And I can give you a citation if it helps. You may know what I'm talking about. It's Exhibit 36, and it's page 9 of 11 of the tab account, I think it's account detail tab. But like of the big filing, it's PDF page 428 of 582.
So within the cost of service study, it's in the account detail tab under additions to rate base, and you said deferred debits?
Yes.
And your question is where the number came from?
Yes, can you confirm that that is actually the amount, or like related to the amount that was approved in case 200120, or do you know?
I don't know. Mr. Prendergast may be better able to assist with this one.
Okay, and the other one that we had a question about was related to the amortized property loss. And it is back on page 6 of that same exhibit.
Oh, I see that. It's under amortization expense, amortization prop losses.
Yes. Can you explain where that came from?
Again, I'm going to have to refer you to Mr. Prendergast.
Okay. And then I have one more question that would fall under that expense category, related to rate case expense. There's not a amortization of any rate case expense listed there in that particular section of the cost of service study. And I don't know, and maybe you can help me understand why there would not be.
I'm unsure. It may be under a different label. Everything within the cost of service study makes up the revenue requirement. So Mr. Prendergast may be able to help with that one. Otherwise, I'm sure we could do a post-hearing data request.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Ray?
I don't either.
I don't have questions either for you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Moving right along.
Certainly. Our next witness is John Magner.
Mr. Magner, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name's John Magner. I'm the Director of Engineering for Kentucky American Water, and my business address is 2300 Richmond Road, Lexington, Kentucky.
Good afternoon, Mr. Magner. Did you file direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or update to that testimony?
My only correction is a title change. At the time of direct testimony, I was interim director of engineering, and since that time, I've become director of engineering for Kentucky American Water.
And were you also the witness for several of the data responses that Kentucky American has submitted in this case?
Yes, I was.
And do you have any updates or corrections to those responses?
I do not.
Okay. The witness is available for questions.
Let's go.
Thank you. I only have one question for you today. If you could refer to your response to the Attorney General's first request for information, question number 69, and let me know when you get there.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Do you see quip year 5?
Yes.
The period says July 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024?
Yes.
Do you know why there's 0 actual and forecasted expenditures there?
Yes, so I think we discussed previously that the QIP year used to run from July 1st of one year through June 30th of the following year, and we wanted to move to that calendar year. So that was basically just a period that allowed us to move that 6 months by not having a QIP year. We could transition to the January 1 start year beginning for QIP year 6. So we didn't propose any new capital projects as part of QIP year 5. It was really just a holding period so that we could move to that calendar year beginning in 2025.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
Let's go. Good afternoon. Just a few questions for you, Mr. Magner. Firstly, it's my understanding from your response filed in response to commission staff's first request number 14 that the company is not seeking a slippage factor in this proceeding, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you provided a table, 2 different tables in response to that as well, in response to that same request. Looking at that table, can you pinpoint or explain for us some particulars of what Kentucky American has done to improve the slippage factor?
Sure. So I believe I had some discussion in my direct testimony, but we've implemented a number of cost-saving measures to help us stay closer to budget. And also note and I'll describe those here in just a moment. But also note in another one of my data request responses, that variance between our budgeted capital expenditures and our actual capital expenditures has actually trended downwards over the last 10 years. So I feel like we're constantly improving in that realm. But going back to my initial comment, some of the things we've done include expanding our contractor list. I think we currently have 24 contractors on our contractor list, so when we're bidding a project, we're really getting competitive pricing. We do value engineering on projects. One big example is our UV project we did at our Richmond Road Station plant, where we found a way to completely eliminate the construction of additional building that saved us millions of dollars on that project. We're doing things like more in-house design to reduce consultant costs, leveraging our material purchasing power to reduce material costs, and then also looking at things like strategic project scoping, where if we have certain types of work that one contractor can do to try to bundle that together to reduce things like mobilization costs. So those are all things we do on every project as much as we can to try and control our capital expenditures.
Okay, thanks for that overview. Staff may issue a post-hearing data request just to get some more specifics.
Sure.
Based on those individual items that are provided in your tables there.
Absolutely.
As far as the QIP, can you explain the company's specific criteria or if there's any prioritization matrix used to select the projects for the QIP? And if so, how that aligns with the PSC's guidance to focus on replacing the aging water mains?
Sure. So every year we run a pipe prioritization model. It's a GIS-based tool that uses both data from our GIS pipe database as well as hydraulic modeling. And there's some detailed description in my direct testimony, but in a nutshell, it calculates 2 things for every pipe segment within our system. The first is the consequence of failure. So that looks at things such as how many customers would be impacted by a pipe failing, hydraulic restrictions, as well as the potential cost of repairing that main break. And then it also evaluates the likelihood of failure for that pipe. So that looks at things like recent main break history, the age of the pipe, the material of the pipe. And each one of those factors gets scored a score from 0 to 5. and then you multiply those two factors to give it an overall risk score for that pipe. So each year we run that tool for our entire distribution system, and for every pipe in that system, it gives us that risk score. And then we use that to prioritize what mains we need to replace. There's some other considerations that we'll use, such as if we know another public entity will be working on a street on a pipe that's older, there's opportunities for us to save restoration costs if we're both going to be on that street. But really the starting basis is the heavy data that comes from that pipe prioritization model. And it makes sense that older pipes will generally show up higher, so that generally aligns with the Commission's order to replace aging pipe as part of the QIP program.
Thank you. And has the company measured or have any data as to the impact of its QIP projects on reducing water loss?
Let's say it's Witness Lewis discussed some of the other things we're doing to help reduce water loss. With all of those efforts going on concurrently, it's a little hard to tell what factor is completely driving what percentage. But I do think overall, as Witness Lewis and others have described, our non-revenue water continues to decrease 4% over the last couple of years. And I do believe that QIP is a significant factor in that.
Staff have no further questions at this time.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about just sort of what you got in the ground and
sure.
How the company decides what to replace and when. I read about a CPS study, and can you tell me what that is?
Sure. So that's our comprehensive planning study. So we do that typically on a 5-year cycle, and that's really the master plan for our entire system. We're actually undergoing one right now. So really the first initial step is a hydraulic model update. So we keep a model of our system as a whole to evaluate hydraulic impacts, areas that may have lower pressure, so we can evaluate improvements. So that's part of it. We'll also do infrastructure evaluations in terms of their condition. We'll look at things like regulatory requirements. We've talked about things like PFOS, lead and copper, LT2 compliance. Safety is another big factor. So we look at all these factors, and that helps us generate basically our capital investment plan, the projects we plan to execute, now and in the future. So it's all, there's not, I guess, one factor that determines it. We have to really look at a holistic view at all these factors and how they affect our system. And that comprehensive planning study is basically a 5-year check-in for us every 5 years to really take that deep dive on our system and understand where the needs are to make sure we're making prudent investments.
Sounds like an ongoing process, even if it only has to be completed every 5 years. Is that right?
That's correct. So the comprehensive planning study's scheduled 5 years, but we do things like risk and resiliency assessments, the annual pipe prioritization model that I just spoke about. If there's things that pop up in between those CPS study periods, we can do targeted studies to really take a deep dive on specific issues. So to your point, we're always evaluating it. Just that's sort of an official check-in every 5 years. But yeah, we're certainly always want to make sure that we're investing our money in the most prudent way possible.
How would you characterize the condition of the company's infrastructure under the ground in terms of the pipes that are there now? How would you describe them, and what would you say the needs are going to be in the future?
So I would say it's really a mixed bag. We definitely certainly have a lot of older infrastructure, but there's also significant growth happening in Lexington. So there's new infrastructure being added all the time. To your comment, sort of what we think about happening in the future, and I think Mr. Burton alluded to this as well. One of the data requests asked, what's basically our pipe replacement rate as it stands today, assuming about 15 miles of replacement, and it'd be about 156 years to overturn our system. We primarily use ductile iron pipe, which has conservatively a design life of about 80 years. So 156 likely isn't fast enough, so that's certainly something that we'll continue to evaluate, that we're make sure we're replacing our mains at an appropriate rate that allows us to maintain strong service to our customers.
Is the work that's being planned, is that emergency work, or is this just part of a plan to replace assets every so often, or how would you describe the request that the company's made?
Yeah, so what we have, the request that we've made in regards to capital investment, the biggest piece is planned and proactive investment. That's certainly a big driver of the QIP mechanism and our main replacement program as a whole, whether it's in QIP or not. I think in some of my testimony I've shown that an unscheduled main replacement's 4 to 5 times as expensive as a planned main replacement. So as much as we can, we want to do proactive main replacement Now, recognizing that main breaks are going to happen, you'll see, I believe it's item C on our budget, Exhibit JM1, that's for unscheduled main replacements, essentially main break repairs. We recognize that is going to happen, so we have accounted for some level of that work. But really, the goal is to get out ahead of that and do the proactive main replacement to reduce costs.
That reminds me of a SpaceX term for a rocket that blows up as a rapid unplanned disassembly. So I assume that's what you're talking about when you have an unplanned replacement. Would you characterize the underground assets as in relatively good shape, average shape, or poor shape, and more work's going to be necessary in the future? And the reason I asked that question, I'm just trying to get a handle on where we are in this wave. Are we at the beginning of a wave of a lot of replacements, or are we on the tail end of that, or are we in the meat of replacing a lot of old pipes?
It's something we look at an ongoing basis. There's studies, and I think we've presented them in proceedings with this court in the past, or this commission in the past. Folks like the American Society of Engineers will do studies on NESE curves, is what they're called, on main replacement rates. I think now we're getting to a healthy place of main replacement. Like I said, at 156 year about main replacement rate for our system, where we're at now, it's probably not good enough, frankly. So I could see main replacements becoming a bigger part of our capital investment program in the future. But I wouldn't say we're sort of at the infancy. I think we're certainly reaching a mature stage of our main replacement program.
Very well, thank you.
Just a couple questions. First of all, congratulations on moving from interim to full-time.
Appreciate it.
On the capital investment program, do weather issues play into that? Is there a reserve that you keep for weather-related outages or unprecedented weather?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we keep a reserve specifically for that. It's normal course of business, so that I'd just say organically becomes part. For example, I was talking about the main breaks.
Yeah.
We can have instances where you have a significant dry spell, and then you get a significant wet spell, and that can cause ground shifting and main breaks. So when we trend the data historically, it really sort of captures those things. Those are ongoing. So I wouldn't say we specifically earmark funds for weather-related events, but we certainly recognize our capital investment when we evaluate past data. That's certainly a factor.
And is there anything that keeps you up at night moving forward about your investment plan and program?
I feel really good. Speaking to the planning process we discussed previously, I do think we do an excellent job really analyzing our system. There's always one-off things that can happen, but I do think we're very proactive in our investment, so that we're replacing infrastructure before it meets that critical breaking point where it's a real emergency, affects service, and it becomes, frankly, very expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? All right. Call your next witness.
Thank you.
Sir, you're excused.
Recall, this is Kentucky American's final witness. We've heard his name a few times. Robert Prendergast, please.
Mr. Prendergast, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, and then counsel you may ask.
My name is Robert Prendergast, and my business address is 1 Water Street, Camden, New Jersey.
And Mr. Prendergast, did you file direct and rebuttal testimony in this case?
I did.
And do you have any corrections to either your direct or rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
And were you the witness for certain data responses that Kentucky American submitted in this case?
I was.
And do you have any updates or corrections to those responses?
I do not.
The witness is available for questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. I first want to go over some of the questions that Mr. DeGrazia deferred to you earlier about invoices. Is it correct that Kentucky American receives invoices from the service company in the same month that the service is rendered?
I believe we receive invoices at cost for the services provided by service company on day 2 of the billing cycle of the following month.
And I apologize, but do you work for Kentucky American or American Water Service Company?
I'm a service company employee who works directly with Kentucky and Tennessee. I led the revenue requirement for this rate case as well as the 2023 case, and have assisted with testimony in the prior case, and have worked and submitted testimony on this one as well.
So would you not actually have the knowledge of, what we're trying to get at is a witness that works directly with Kentucky American that receives the service company invoices, to know exactly when they receive the invoices, when they pay the invoices. These questions were deferred to you. I can always ask them in a post-hearing request for information if you're not the proper witness to answer.
I can answer to them to the best of my ability regarding service company. As I just stated, I believe we receive our bill from service company for the services provided from the prior month on the billing day number 2. And then at that point, that bill is put under review by the state finance team, where they take a look at all of the charges that come in, all the allocated hours from our service company employees, whether they directly work for Kentucky American Water or they are an overall regulatory service company employee, in which case their allocation is done by customer count.
So I'm just wanting to make sure I'm following. You're saying that, for example, a hypothetical bill for services rendered in January, you're saying the bill doesn't come to Kentucky American to pay until February?
I don't know.
Okay, but that conflicts with what Mr. Walker had stated.
Okay.
In his rebuttal testimony. That's where I'm getting confused. So I think probably I'll just go ahead and issue a post-hearing discovery, and then hopefully somebody who actually works at Kentucky American who deals with the invoices can answer those questions. Let me move on to the questions I have for you. In discovery responses to the Attorney General, you stated that Kentucky American cannot say with certainty whether it has ever refused or rejected any allocated cost or expense in the past 5 years. Is that correct?
That's correct. As I just stated, when we get the service company billing at the beginning of the month, our Kentucky finance team takes a look at the service company charges that they have received, and they review that for any sort of anomaly, whether that is an unprecedented amount of labor hours that are hitting Kentucky's books, whether it is some sort of charge that is inflating service company O&M expenses, and at that point, they go directly to our accounting department and get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, as this process is ongoing at the beginning of each month, there's no record of, okay, hey, in March of 2023, we had an anomaly where we had an extra 100,000 hours billed to Kentucky. That is caught very quickly before it hits our books.
And that's where I was actually going next, is you state in discovery responses that Kentucky American does not maintain a list of any rejected or refused allocated costs or expenses, right? Yes. So would you be willing to make a recommendation to the service company and Kentucky American to keep a list of these refused or rejected allocated costs and expenses for future reference for the commission to review as well as interveners?
Not being familiar with the entirety of the process, I could make a suggestion, but I'm not sure how something like that would fit into their overall process.
And now I want to move on to contracted employees. Do you know whether the total number of contracted employees, both direct and allocated, and corresponding expense for the years 2020 through 2024, as well as the forecasted test period, have been placed in the record in the pending case?
So I think that what you're referring to is our contracted services line item, which would include any sort of contracted services or contracted employees. If you're referring to temp labor, that may fall under payroll, but there's a clear distinction there.
I'm asking for just contractors, not the temporary.
So that would fall under our contracted services line item.
So you're saying it is in the record?
Yes.
Do you know where in the record, or I can always issue a post-hearing discovery request?
It's one of our expense line items, contracted services.
Okay. We will most likely, I'll confer with my experts after the hearing, and if we cannot find it, I'll issue a post-hearing discovery request. Can you please refer to Kentucky American's response to the commission staff's first request for information, question number 28, and let me know when you're there?
Sure. I'm there.
Okay. Do you know whether contract employees are included in the amounts provided in this response?
They're not. These are just Kentucky American Water employees.
Okay, now please refer to Kentucky American's response to the Attorney General's first request for information, question number 170, and let me know when you're there.
Ms. Gold, is that 1-70, please?
No, I'm sorry, 170.
170, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm there.
Okay, and in this response, you provided temporary help information, is that correct?
That's correct.
At the company, is there a difference between, I think we already kind of went over this, but if you could be a little more specific, is there a difference between contract labor and temporary help?
Yes. So in this data response, we made that distinction that temporary help would be part-time employees, interns that directly work for Kentucky American Water. Contracted services, whether it's a contracted employee or a company that we are contracting out, would fall into that contracted services line item.
Okay, and then going back quickly to the contract labor, does the company expense or capitalize the contract labor, or do they do a bit of both?
To my knowledge, contracted services is not capitalized.
Okay, would there be a better witness, or should I issue a post-hearing request for information on that?
You can request a post-hearing DR on that, just to confirm.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm going to refer to two different responses for the next question. So can you please refer to the company's response to the AG's first request for information, question number 145, and let me know when you're there.
Sure, I'm there.
Okay, and then I'm also going to ask you to look at the company's response to the AG's second request for information, question number 37. And you sponsored both responses.
Yep. I'm there.
Okay. Can you explain the difference in the amounts of the total payroll expense for the forecasted test period between the two responses?
Sure. Let me just have both of these up simultaneously here. So it's AGDR 2, number 37, and your original one was 140, if I'm correct? I'm sorry.
It was, the first one was the first request, question 145.
Okay. without having a calculator up here, I would say that the number that we have for the forecasted payroll expense in 37 is pretty close to what we have in 145. Subject to check, I would say that they're off. There are a lot of variables that go into payroll expense. We may be off by a line item. I'm not sure offhand what that is.
Okay, I can issue a post-hearing discovery request. And is it your understanding that the Attorney General and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's expert witness, Mr. John DeFever, recommends in his testimony to disallow the company's employee stock purchase plan discounts from the revenue requirement?
It is my understanding that he has. I disagree with that notion. As Mr. Mustich talks about in his testimony, our ESPP, our Employee Stock Purchase Program, is a part of his target total remuneration, or our total market compensation calculations, which some witnesses earlier today have talked about as being below the market median for both national and regional.
And are you aware that the commission disallowed the employee stock purchase plan discount expense from Kentucky American's prior rate case?
I am.
Can you please refer to the public redacted response to the Attorney General's first request for information, question number 56, subpart A, and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. I just wanted you to be able to get familiar with it. We are going to issue a post-hearing discovery request asking for a breakdown in the provided expenses between the business development, government affairs, and regulatory policy.
And are you referring to subsection A or subsection B?
Yes, 56 subsection A.
Okay.
And we'll reduce everything to writing.
Okay.
Now please refer to the company's response to the Attorney General's first request for information, question number 96, and let me know when you're there, please.
I'm there.
For the employees who have both a pension plan and a 401k plan, according to this response, what is the amount included in the forecasted test year?
In this response, it is $40,950.
Can you please now turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 7, lines 4 through 6, and let me know when you get there.
Sure. I'm there.
Okay. Here in your rebuttal testimony, it appears to state that the amount of 401k expense included in the forecasted test period is $30,815.
Yes.
So do you know what the difference is and which is right?
Well, both are right. The distinction made on line 4 through 6 in my rebuttal testimony is that this 401k expense for active plan participants in both the defined benefit plan and 401k plan, which Mr. DeFever requested in his testimony. He requested a number for employees whose benefit was not frozen, and this is that number. So this is employees that are receiving a 401k benefit, but also have an active defined benefit contribution.
And are you aware that the commission precedent for employees who have more than one retirement plan is to disallow the least expensive plan from the revenue requirement?
I am, and I also disagree. I think that our defined benefit contribution plan is slowly winding down. We have roughly 12 employees left. They are our longest tenured employees. They are the remnants of a pension plan that was a prior industry standard, and to strip them or have American Water not be able to recover that cost, I don't think is correct.
Were you on the 2018 Kentucky American rate case?
I was not.
Have you reviewed the order for the 2018 rate case?
I have not.
Subject to check, in that 2018 rate case, the commission stated that permitting utility employees to participate in multiple pension plans while many ratepayers have no pension plan at all is not fair, just, or reasonable. How do you respond to that?
Subject to check, I would say that that's the commission's precedent.
I believe that's all the questions I have, but let me just check one more spot. That's all the questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you. And for staff?
Thank you. So I guess I'm gonna start I'll start with all the ones that were referred to you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I've become very popular too.
So the first one that I had written down that was referred to you is about the public outreach. What had been done to communicate with the public about this new requested rate increase and the options that a customer might have with regard to financial help?
So I think that's two-pronged, right? So first, 30 days prior to filing, we were required to publish our projected rates and let customers know of those projected rates. I know that we did that. As far as customer affordability and those options, I believe that company witness, Mr. Burton, would probably be the best witness to discuss that.
So when you say that you all published the required notice, was there any bill inserts or information in the bills? Did you go above and beyond the required notice?
I believe that the required notice had a average residential customer bill and the average residential customer bill impact on that customer notice. I'm not sure that we went any further than that.
And then the next questions that were referred to you, I think, involved the possible deferred debits.
Yes, yeah.
Do you have any idea if that was the same expense that was referred to or permitted in case 2001-20?
They are, and that can be found on page 14 of witness DeGrazia's testimony.
Then the other questions related to amortization expenses. Can you tell us a little bit about what the amortized property loss was? Do you have any idea?
I am the O&M witness on this case. If it's a rate-based question, we can refer back to company witness DeGrazia, or we'd be happy to answer a post-hearing DR.
Okay, I'll just put the ones related to the amortization expenses in a post-hearing DR then. I think that brings me to some questions that I think you're the right witness for. And I want to start with like a general broad, what goes into the budget planning process for Kentucky American for each year?
So I think that's a pretty complicated question.
Okay.
And not coming from the Kentucky finance side of it, I might not be able to give the best in-depth answer to that, but I can answer it to the best of my ability. So from a budgeting perspective, you know, I think that our largest expense for all of our states is going to be labor. So we project out the headcount needed for labor. We build up from there. From a budgeting perspective for all of our other expenses, and I think that where we're getting into is the Kentucky American Water growth factor that we have. The budgeting practice used for those expenses is similar to what we used in this case for the Kentucky American Water growth factor, in which some of these operating expense line items that have minimal changes year to year in vendors or big fluctuations, we will take a look at the year-over-year impact. we will take a look at each and every line item, and we will see if we need to make an adjustment up or down, depending on how we see the next year going. In addition to that, we also use a growth factor internally in our budgeting process, similar to the one that we used for the Kentucky American Water O&M growth factor.
So, I'm gonna start back at you said like your biggest expense is always labor.
Yep.
Okay, so I know that Kentucky Americans asked for a particular number of employees.
Yes.
And it is more than they currently have of approval to finance or recover through rates. But when you look at your all's application, in particular if you look at the rate case O&M growth factor work paper, the expense for contracted services, it increases 91% from 2022 to 2023. And then it appears that going forward in the forecasted test year, you left it at that same level, so a 91% increase. If Kentucky American is asking for more employees, why would that particular item stay with that 91% increase?
So, as Company Lewis has stated previously, the 168 employees is the headcount that we will need to get all projected work done in 2026. If we're looking back at 2024, we have a contracted services at a certain level, and that is for that work in particular to 2024. In addition to that, you also have to add in the variable that in 2024, we were not fully staffed. So,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So looking at a point in time from 2024 to 2026 doesn't mean that 2024 has the same amount of capital that has to go in the ground and the work that needs to be done as 2026. What I can say for 2024 is that the contracted services expense that the company paid was prudently invested and needed to provide safe and reliable drinking water.
And you would agree with me, in 2024, Kentucky American undertook a variety of projects related to its QIP.
Yes.
But based on what's been filed in this case, and that was in addition to, in 2024, that was in addition to any capital investments that were in the normal rate-based planning period.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
The QIP projects were in addition to any other capital investments for 2024, those projects.
I'm not the appropriate witness to discuss our capital planning techniques and how we justify that. I know that the capital that we plan to invest have two avenues for recovery. We can recover our capital investment through QIP, and we can recover capital investment through a general rate case. Whether or not we do those at QIP or general rate case individually or individual of each other or together is, from my understanding, two avenues that we could use to get recovery of those costs.
Okay. And then back to the O&M growth factor work paper. The same type of pattern occurred for building maintenance and services. Is that amount, that increase, to be expected going forward for building maintenance and services?
Are you referring to 2024 expense levels? I'm just unsure of the question.
Well, there was an increase from 2022 to 2023 that was fairly large.
Mm-hmm.
And then it appears that it's just considered the new norm. even though it was a very large increase in that particular time period, and what for those particular expenses would result in an ongoing higher level of expenditure?
Well, I think to characterize it that way would say that we didn't put any due diligence into the existing expenses that happened in 2024. We reached out to operations, we worked with finance in forecasting these expenses out. And to use your words, those expense levels were the new norm. And if we're talking about the Kentucky O&M growth factor as a whole, we use that methodology in accordance with the Commission's ruling in 2023. We came into 2023 trying to use BLS CPI inflation factors, which some of our other states have used successfully, and we were told that those inflation factors were not realistic or demonstrated for lack of a better term, of Kentucky American Water's actual costs. So we took that order and we went back to the drawing board and we came up with a growth factor that was distinct and unique to Kentucky American Water's actual expense experience. We went back 4 years for that, or 3 years for that O&M growth factor to eliminate any sort of lasting effects of the global pandemic. And we went back that far to balance the fact that we do have, as you mentioned, short-term fluctuations in these expenses, but overall, the trend is that the costs are increasing. And I think anybody who's been to the grocery store or went to go get gas, inflation's going up. And we're gonna see that inflation in our expenses as well.
So I guess I didn't make my question very clear that time. I was hoping you could tell me a little bit more about what might have changed with that particular expense, like building maintenance and services that would have been resulted in a large increase that then stayed constant.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I will gladly answer it in a post-hearing DR.
Okay. And then I know that you kind of hinted at this in your response, that in your budgeting process, Kentucky American uses a growth factor in their own internal budgeting process. Is that calculation for that growth factor the same as the one you presented in this application?
It is not. In this application, we took the 2023 rate case order in which the Commission disallowed our use of BLS CPI inflation for 10 expenses. Those 10 expenses, with the exception of telecommunications, which came into that bucket, and fuel and power, which left the bucket, became the basis for our Kentucky American Water O&M growth factor.
So, and I don't know if you're the right person to ask, because you said you did. Is the Kentucky American growth factor closer to the CPI, or is it more similar to what's in the application?
Are you referring to the budgeting process?
Yeah, the internal one.
I would say that in our calculation of the growth factor, we benchmarked it with the inflation that we were using in the budgeting process from the prior year, because our budgeting process hadn't completely started yet. So prior year inflation, internal, that we use in our budgeting process, and we also took a look at the CPI BLS inflation before filing, and all three of those growth factors were very comparable.
I only have a couple more questions, and sadly, I think they're still about the growth factor, so I'm sorry.
That's my favorite topic.
So there was a list of certain expenses that, okay, so there's a list of certain expenses that had a growth factor, but it wasn't included in the forecasted test period. And they included the building maintenance and services, maintenance supplies and services, miscellaneous expenses, office supplies and services, telecommunications, and rent. Is there a reason for that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. You don't have to repeat all 10 expenses, but
Well, it's actually only 6 of them that didn't have the, you know what, I will put in a post-hearing data request.
okay.
Because there's actually another set that were a bit different, and they also didn't have the growth factor applied similarly in the forecasted test period. So we'll just put that in a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
And I think that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Witt.
Mr. Prendergast, I believe a couple of other witnesses may have identified you as maybe the appropriate person to talk about return on equity. Is that right? And if the answer is no, then that's okay. I'd rather you say no than.
I am not the ROE expert in this case. That would be company witness Bulkley. If there's a general question you'd like to ask, I can try to assist. But anything more than that, it's company witness Bulkley.
Did you say Bulkley?
Yes.
I think she didn't know the answer to my question. And I'm not saying she's not 10 times smarter than me. She just didn't know the answer to my question. It seemed to have fallen to you, but that's okay. Since I've joined the commission, I've had a concern about utilities' willingness to cut costs, and especially in regards when it comes to procuring new equipment or services. I personally have a concern that maybe the current system isn't enough to incentivize multiple bids on equipment or sort of a consistent look at cost cutting. Can you tell me what the company does to minimize costs of equipment and materials, and whether or not they consistently look at ways of cutting costs instead of increasing costs?
So I know in particular for our capital investments that we do put a majority of those out for bid. I'm not sure if that's the same thing for equipment. I think that would be a question for company witness Magner. As far as cutting costs, I think that for Kentucky American Water, it's a benefit to have the service company for cutting costs. I think that we utilize our economies of scale within service company for insurance other than group, where we can utilize economies of scale for supplier pricing for chemicals. In addition to that, the service company helps Kentucky American Water, and this is in company witness Adams' testimony. Service company has saved Kentucky American Water roughly $5.4 million in managerial and administrative expenses that they would have otherwise expensed if they had to go out to third parties to get that. So while I can't talk to the equipment and capital investment bidding and pricing, I can say that service company allows us to go out and get the best supplier pricing. It allows us to keep a lot of that administrative and managerial work in-house, which ultimately benefits our customers. And in addition to that, through our business development opportunities, we're growing our customer base, which also allows us to reduce the cost per customer.
Can you tell me about the service company and what it is and what it does?
So the service company provides Kentucky American Water and its customers access to professionals who have expertise in the water and wastewater utility. Service company provides rates and regulatory services, finance, HR, business development, accounting, and a variety of other back office labor to Kentucky American Water.
And that's the company that you work for, is that right?
That's correct.
And that is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Water Works? Well, let's see. Who owns the service company?
I believe it's American Water Works, sorry, American Water Works.
So Kentucky American Water and the service company are subsidiaries of American Water Works Service, are they both subsidiaries of the same company?
Subject to check, I would agree, yeah.
Very well. I know I laid a lot on you, thank you for taking a stab at that. You may ask.
Just to follow up on that, are those services pooled across the footprint of American Water?
Yes, they're,
And so if you perform a service for, I don't know, Colorado or something, that gets charged back?
so there's two ways that service company employees can allocate their time. If it's an accounting department, right, where they're working on all 13 states, then those costs are allocated based on customer count.
Okay.
I believe Kentucky American Water's share of that total pool is roughly 4.75%. But if there's employees like myself whose time is dedicated solely to Kentucky and Tennessee, 50% of my wages and labor would go to Kentucky and the other 50 to Tennessee.
Okay. I am looking at page 4, the bottom of page 4 and 5 on your direct testimony.
Sure.
I'll let you get there.
I'm there.
So you forecasted a 3.95 increase to union employees' wages in 2026?
No, I believe that is, the 3.95% is for non-union. The union is 3% subject to check, and that is from our collective bargaining agreements.
And sorry.
No, go ahead, sorry.
Is the 3%, is that from a binding contract, or is that an estimate for an ongoing negotiation?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
If we ask that, follow-up?
Yes,
Okay.
we'd be able to provide that in a heartbeat.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Commissioner?
No.
Redirect.
Just briefly, please. You have had a few questions that I've asked of you about the growth factor that has been applied. And earlier in the hearing, I believe there were questions that were deferred to you related to the base period update and the growth factor, if you recall those.
That's correct.
And if you could look at the base period update cover sheet that lists those adjustments and let me
Sure.
know when you're there.
I'm there.
And underneath the expenses column, there was 4 or 5 categories that was referred to. And then the question was asked of whether the growth, the difference, the updates provided to these accounts rendered the growth factor incorrect or unreliable. Can you respond to that question, please?
Yeah, absolutely. These adjustments were adjustments that we agreed upon in our rebuttal testimony, or as a part of our DR responses. In no way does our acknowledgement of making a correction mean that the calculation of the O&M growth factor is incorrect.
And to make sure I understand, if we look at fuel and power, which is the first expense category that is listed, and if you look at the explanation given, it explains that there was, I think, a double counting, an erroneous double counting of an expense adjustment there. Does that have to do with the O&M growth factor?
No, in fact, only 2 of the expenses listed on this base period update had the growth factor or were a part of the growth factor calculation, and that was other customer accounting and office supplies and services. In the case of other customer accounting, after we reviewed the DR, we agreed with, I believe it was the AG, that our bank service charges were decreasing to a level where we should leave our 2024 expense flat. And in the case of office supplies and services, we removed a normalization adjustment from our calculation of the base year, but still applied the growth factor to the rest of that expense.
Okay, thank you. I believe Ms. Goad asked you a question of whether it was in the record, the amount of contract services.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned that it was in the application. Subject to check, is that information found? This is Exhibit 37, C, the jurisdictional operating summary. Does it contain the line item for contract services?
It does.
And then also, Commissioner Wood was asking questions about the service company and how it performs services for the affiliates such as Kentucky American Water. Does the service company perform those charges at cost or for a profit?
They perform those services at cost.
I believe that's all that I have on redirect.
Okay, and recross, Ms. Goad?
No, thank you.
Mr.
No.
Staff? Any recross? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is our last witness, but I do want to say this, and a couple of witnesses back here might not like this, and they're not expecting it. There have been some deferrals to witnesses that have already been excused. Specifically, I'm remembering Commissioner Wood's questions about to Mr. Prendergast, what is Kentucky American doing to control some of its expenses? Mr. Lewis and Mr. Magner can answer those questions even though they've been excused. Now, you can do them in post-hearing data requests. I just want the commission to understand we're here today to answer the questions that you have. I also understand how difficult it can be to have 14 witnesses come in and try to figure out which questions are for which witness when you have all these compartmentalized areas of responsibility. So we will recall these witnesses, any that you want, if that's what you all want to do to get your questions answered today. Otherwise, we're happy to deal with them in writing afterwards. I just want to make, this is unusual, but I want to make sure we give you all the people you want so you can ask the questions you want.
Thank you. Do you have any that you want to recall?
No, I don't think so. I think
Okay.
I'm satisfied. It'd be nice to know what companies do to keep costs down. I don't think it's important enough to elongate this hearing anymore.
Okay.
And I'm satisfied to go on to the next set of witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Magner did testify about more contractors that Kentucky American has used in the past to solicit bids from. The service company also has supply chain. Well, I'm not going to testify. As much as I would like to, I have a tendency to, I'm not going to do that. But they're available if you want to talk.
Well, you could be the only person that didn't testify.
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut. Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Okay. And does that go for others as well, if they had more questions?
Absolutely, of course.
Yeah. Mr. Osterler, let's go.
Yeah, no reason to bring anybody back.
Staff, did you have anyone else that you would like to recall since it's being offered?
No.
Okay. And we also had not yet excused Mr. Burton. Does anyone have reason to recall Mr. Burton? I speak now, forever hold your peace. Thank you, sir, you're excused. And that's your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a quick break and then we'll get to the Attorney General's witnesses and the intervention. Candace. We are back on the record. Case number 2025-00122, Kentucky American Water. And I believe we are ready for the Attorney General's office and intervener to call their witnesses.
Thank you, Chair. The Attorney General's office and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government call their first witness to the stand, Mr. John DeFever.
Okay. Mr. DeFever, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have, tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is John DeFever. My address is 15728 Farmington Road, Livonia, Michigan.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. DeFever, what is your occupation?
I'm a regulatory consultant.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that testimony?
I do. I have one errata to my direct testimony.
Can you please walk us through this one change?
Yes. On page 9, line 14, I had made an alternative recommendation of a 6.5% reduction, but that was a typo. It should have been 6.05%.
And was this minor correction filed with the commission on September 18th, 2025 through an errata filing?
It was.
And did you sponsor responses to the commission staff's and Kentucky American Water's discovery requests in the pending case?
I did.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Chair, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. For the applicant.
I do have a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. DeFever, were you in the room today when Mr. Burton testified about Kentucky American's QIP program?
Yes.
And do you remember the testimony about when and how that QIP program was initially approved in Kentucky American's 2018 rate case? Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember that Mr. Burton testified in response to my questions that one method of recovery for pipeline replacements that Kentucky American has is to use the commission-approved QIP mechanism? Do you remember that?
I do. I do remember.
Do you agree with that, that that's the one mechanism Kentucky American has to recover its pipeline replacement efforts?
Do I agree that that's a mechanism they can use? Yes.
Did you also hear Mr. Burton testify that another way for Kentucky American to recover its investments in pipeline replacement efforts is to do it through a regular base rate case like this one, right?
I did hear him say that.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
Well, that's the gist of my testimony. I'm arguing that since you have the mechanism, you should use it. I don't think the company should be jumping back and forth, whenever it's more convenient or, more to their advantage. We're going to use it now. I think that hurts transparency.
Okay. Did you happen to watch the video record of Kentucky American's last rate case, its 23 rate case?
I do not.
Would you agree with me, subject to check, that the commission from the bench was very critical of Kentucky American not including pipeline replacement projects in regular base rates in that case?
Subject to check.
Subject to check, you would agree with that?
Yeah.
Did you hear Mr. Burton testify that the future test period for a QIP 7 case is the exact same, down to the day, future test period for this base rate case?
I was here, but I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. Do you have any reason to disagree with me that calendar year 26 is the future test year for this base rate case?
No.
Do you have any reason to disagree with me that if Kentucky American had filed a QIP 7 case in September, that the future test year for that case would have been calendar year 2026?
No.
Okay. Is it your understanding that Kentucky American's proposal to roll QIP into base rates in this case would only apply to QIP investments that exist on or before December 31st, 2025?
That's my understanding.
So it would be all historical QIP investment will go into base rates that are going to be set on next calendar year, right?
Correct.
For all of those historical investments, are you aware of the separate yearly QIP cases that were filed in which the commission approved all those historical investments?
Vaguely.
And, I'm sorry, you are aware of those?
Yeah.
And are you aware in those cases that Kentucky American itemized out, project by project, pipe by pipe, foot by foot, the pipeline replacement projects in those QIP dockets?
I was not aware.
Okay. Would you take it subject to check? That's what Kentucky American has done.
Subject to check, yes.
So would you agree with me that even if QIP gets rolled in, that all that historic QIP gets rolled into base rates in this case, all of those dockets with all of that information about all of those projects that are all a matter of public record, any customer can go see what pipeline replacement jobs have been rolled into base rates by checking those dockets?
I agree, but another concern is I believe that will change how the bill looks.
Okay. And so, how would it change how the bill looks?
Doesn't it reset, so we'll no longer include the prior quip?
It would, yes.
Okay, I think that's what, I mean, I assume they're putting it on there for transparency purpose, so it seems to remove it would be less transparent.
Right. And you understand that there is a history of this commission of rolling mechanism prices and rate base into regular base rates?
No.
You don't,
I mean, I'm not aware of it.
okay. If your proposal is that historical QIP should not be rolled into base rates, correct? If the commission agrees with your proposal, then is it your opinion that Kentucky American would need to continue to charge some line item amount on bills beginning January 1st, 2026?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. Let me back up and ask it another way, Mr. DeFever. If historical QIP is rolled into base rates, rolled in under the company's proposal, then starting with bills on January 1, 2026, the QIP amount would be, I think you said 0, right?
Correct.
Under your proposal, QIP would not be rolled into base rates. So under your proposal, if the commission follows it, there'll have to be some line item charge on customer bills to recover that QIP investment, right?
Correct.
Do you know what that would be?
No.
Do you have any reason to disagree with me that according to Mr. DeGrazia's data responses, that number would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 8.14%?
Yeah, I have no reason to disagree.
Okay. Do you still have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to page 38, please, sir?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and at line 19, you say, "It is concerning that the company has included projects that meet the definition of QIP in the pending revenue requirement, but the company has not earmarked them for QIP recovery." Now, I just want to make sure, because it needs to be clear. You're not saying, are you, that Kentucky American is somehow, through its proposal to roll QIP into base rates, that there'll be any double recovery at all, are you?
No, my only concern was what I had mentioned earlier.
Okay. And you agree with me that recovery of pipeline replacement programs can be done through QIP or through a regular base rate case, and that those two options are not mutually exclusive?
Correct, but that's what, that's kind of what I'm testifying to.
I understand.
Right.
It's correct, you say, you disagree with that. Okay.
Right.
But it is correct.
Possible,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Now, you have also proposed the elimination of non-cash expenses in the cash working capital amount in rate base. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think one of the reasons for your proposal, or one of the justifications for your proposal, is that that's consistent with recent commission precedent to remove non-cash items from cash working capital. Is that right?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Do you have any familiarity with the historical PSC's treatment of that issue in Kentucky American rate cases?
I understand that recently non-cash items have been excluded, but prior to that, they weren't.
Okay, would you agree with me that in Kentucky American's 1992 case, this issue was litigated and the commission allowed non-cash item expenses?
Subject to check.
Same for Kentucky American's 1995 case, same for its 97 case, same for its 2004 case, same for its 2012 case, and same for its 2018 case. Would you agree with me that in all of those cases, this issue was litigated and the commission decided and said that non-cash items were properly included in cash working capital?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Mr. Mustick's testimony in this case for Kentucky American?
Yes.
And he was excused from testifying. What's your basic understanding of his testimony? What, are you also familiar with the study that he performed that supports his testimony?
You'd have to give me another, remind me.
Okay. Well, let me, are you familiar with his testimony?
I'm familiar with all their testimonies. So
Okay.
I'm not clear
Okay. Well, what's
who-
your understanding of Mr. Mustick's testimony?
I'm not sure whose is whose, so.
Okay. Mr. Mustick provided testimony. He is an outside consultant for Kentucky American Water. He works for Willis Towers Watson.
Okay.
He provided testimony on how Kentucky American's total compensation paid to its employees relates to industry average.
Right, I am familiar with this.
Okay. Now, do you remember that Mr. Mustick's conclusion is that Kentucky American's total compensation paid, including incentive compensation, is 9% below national average and 7% below Midwest average?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No,
You don't refute that at all?
no,
In fact, Mr. Mustick's name's not even mentioned in your testimony, correct?
correct.
You have also proposed a disallowance of cost recovery for health insurance expense Kentucky American pays on behalf of its employees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In fact, it's at page 27
Oh, thank you.
of your direct testimony, I think, Mr. DeFever. And I think you take the position on page 28 that the commission should disallow about $315,000 from Kentucky American's revenue requirement because Kentucky American's health care expense, at least the amount that it pays on behalf of its employees, is greater than the Bureau of Labor Statistics average. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know what amount Kentucky American does pay on behalf of its employees for their health care insurance?
I do not.
Would you agree with me, subject to check, that it is, that it requires employees to contribute 14%?
Subject to check,
Does that
yes.
sound right to you? Are you aware of commission precedent that says as long as employees are required to contribute at least 12%, the commission won't then alter rate recovery for that healthcare expense?
Not sure.
Are you familiar with the 2019 Jackson Energy decision on this issue from the commission?
I'm not sure.
Are you familiar with the 2023 Northern Kentucky Water District case on this issue? Are you familiar with the 2023 Oldham Water District case on this issue?
No.
Do you have any reason to disagree with me that in those three decisions, the commission said as long as the employee is required to contribute 12% towards healthcare expense, the commission won't apply a BLS factor to it?
Yeah.
Your vacancy adjustment.
Okay.
Does it surprise you to learn what was said today by Mr. Lewis, that at any given point in time, Kentucky American is going to have some number of vacancies in its workforce?
No, the historical record shows that they always do.
Do you think that's typical of a business?
Yes.
Do you think vacancies are typical of a water utility?
Yes.
Do you think vacancies are typical of my law firm, for example? Probably have vacancies today, right?
I don't know, I have a lot more experience with utilities.
Commission staff probably has some vacancies right now that are not filling. And so do you agree that any entity like that is going to have vacancies because employees get fired, employees quit, employees get transferred to another division or another state, employees retire? Those are all natural attrition things that happen that make vacancies occur, and those vacancies aren't filled the very next minute, right?
Right, the company itself said vacancies are normal.
And you agree with that?
But they also said they weren't making an adjustment for it.
Right. I understand.
That's where I came in.
I understand what your position is, and I'm just asking you some questions about it. So you could pick any point in time, today, tomorrow, calendar year 2026. There is an amount of work during that time period that Kentucky American will have to get done to get water to its customers' taps. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Now, Kentucky American believes in 2026 it's going to need 168 employees to get that amount of work done. Do you have any opinion on the level of workforces that's needed to get that work done?
No.
Okay. So assuming it's going to take 168 employees to get that work done in 2026, but Kentucky American only has, because of the natural attrition that you just agreed to, 150 employees. You've got a certain amount of work that's not going to get finished, right? Unless you go ahead and finish. I think you're anticipating where I'm going.
That's where we're going to disagree. I know historically the claim was that if you have vacancies, then the work is going to spill out to temporary help, overtime, contractors. However, I've looked at the historical record, and over the last 4 years, when vacancies went up, temp help went down. Or when vacancies went down, temp help went up. Same with overtime. I don't have contractors, that's why we're trying to get that information today to complete it, but right now, I don't see where the company can support that, has supported that position.
Okay. Under your adjustment, there would be a disallowance for the vacant positions, but no corresponding increase for overtime or contractor expense. Is that right?
That's right, because like I'm saying, I don't see where it's warranted.
And that's your position, but you say there should be no offsetting amount there. So are you saying that there is less work than is, are you saying that there are not 168 employees necessary to do the amount of work projected for 2026?
I don't know what it could be. Yeah, I mean, it could be people are working harder to pick up the slack. You know, I don't know historically. I'm not sure. I need to see the contractor information, but what I'm seeing, and again, it's the company's burden to support its position. So if they want to claim that it's going to go into those three categories, they should show it.
I'm sorry. Okay. I hate to interrupt a good conversation, but let's see what we got here. Mine looks like it's still running.
It wasn't the matter name again.
That's, yeah.
We're okay?
Chair, I'm sorry, I'm good.
Okay. We're still on the record?
Yes, we are.
Oh, sorry, please continue.
So let's go back to the amount of work that needs to be performed in 2026. Are you familiar with Mr. Lewis's testimony that the amount of work he expects Kentucky American to have to perform in 2026 is going to be greater than in 2025 or in any previous period?
I don't know that, but subject to check.
And he said that it's going to happen for a variety of factors, one of which is compliance with the lead and copper rule. Do you remember that from his
Yes.
testimony?
Okay.
Okay. So there's more work. I mean, that's just what, subject to check, that's what Mr. Lewis has testified. So what Kentucky, do you agree with me that what Kentucky American has historically done in rate cases is that it has said to the commission, here's the number of employees that we need to do the work in the future test year. We want full recovery of that compensation expense. We recognize that there will be vacancies in that workforce because of natural attrition. So we can do one of two things. We can either make a vacancy adjustment and decrease full recovery of that compensation expense with a corresponding increase in overtime or contractor labor expense. Or we cannot propose an increase in OT and contractor labor expense and seek to recover the full amount of a fully staffed workforce at the projected number of employees. Do you agree with me that that's Kentucky American's historical position at this commission?
I don't know that I'm not aware of that. I know they've asked us a certain number of employees every case and then had less than that amount.
Okay. Are you aware that the Attorney General's office has made the same headcount vacancy argument you're making in this case, in Kentucky American's 1995 case, its 2004 case, its 2010 case, its 2018 case, and its 2023 case? 5 cases over the last 20 years.
I looked at the cases. I don't see the argument that I'm making about the overtime and the.
I'm asking you about Kentucky American.
Objection. Mr. DeFever should be able to finish his response.
You're exactly right, Ms. Scott. I apologize.
I think I was just about done. Yeah, that's not, I'm making, to me, that's why, I'm making the argument, because it is a little different. I'm not seeing where the temporary help or overtime has increased as the vacancy has increased.
My question was, has Kentucky American presented that argument exactly as described in those 5 cases that I submitted to you?
Has Kentucky American made the
Yes.
argument? I don't know about all 5, but I have seen it in prior cases.
Have you read the commission's order in those 5 cases on this issue?
I've seen some of them.
Do you agree with me that in each of those 5 cases, the commission has followed Kentucky American's argument and said, yes, what you have proposed is the right way to do it?
But they've literally said that they expect the temporary help and overtime to go up. So that's why I'm presenting this new. That doesn't seem to be happening.
Do you agree with me that all else being equal, overtime you have to pay to an hourly employee costs more than base compensation because it generally has to be paid at time and a half, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Staff.
I do have one question.
Hello, Mr. DeFever. I just have one quick question for you. I don't think I'll take much of your time. In your direct testimony, it looks like you recommended amortizing the remaining rate case expense from the previous rate case for an additional 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you just walk us through your reasoning for that recommendation?
Yes, from the prior case, I believe it was around 332,000 that they had left over that they hadn't recovered. Well, they put it in in a way that would be recovered annually. So after the first year, they'd have recovered. In the second year, they'd have double recovered. In the third year, they'd triple recovered. So I split it into 3.
And what would be the total period then for that amortization for that previous rate case expense?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Would
So
it-
the prior case, it was a 3-year, correct?
So it'd be additional to that prior case.
Right, it'd be 3 more years for that expense.
Are you aware of any other cases before the Public Service Commission where they've granted authorization for an amortization of a rate case expense beyond 3 years or other than 3 years?
I haven't. I have heard, I mean, just in discussions, I've heard that it's been denied, that if you came in too early, you just didn't get it. But I've not seen that. I've just heard it.
Sure, thank you.
Hearsay.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
Yes, I wanted to ask you about your recommendation about the employee stock purchase plan.
Yes.
And ask you to expand on that a little bit more and ask why you think that should be disallowed.
Okay. So the company wants to sell stock to its own employees, and it wants to offer them a discount. I don't see where ratepayers are involved in that at all, or why they should pay for it.
Isn't that similar to a bonus, though? And are bonuses disallowed?
Pardon me?
Are bonuses allowed currently under their rate structure?
I believe some bonuses.
I mean, isn't an employee stock purchase similar to a bonus? I was curious if you had a particular color, whether it be in company stock or stock in general or an option, or if you had any sort of particular.
Well, generally, like a bonus like that doesn't positively impact ratepayers, I do recommend taking it out. To me, that's just additional compensation.
Could you also discuss your opinions about the removing money for vacancies on the organization? Don't most organizations have vacancies at times?
Presumably, yes. In my experience, yes. That's why I feel they should be accounted for. Like a company specifically said, we're not accounting for these. Or we don't have a vacancy factor. I shouldn't say that and say whether or not accounting.
Well, it seems like you said, yes, the company's historical payroll spending has consistently been under the amount that is budgeted. The chart below shows the amount of payroll over budgeting for the years 20 through 24. Does that also, as far as you know, does that, those numbers, does that take into account the overtime that was being referred to earlier?
I'd have to look at the question, but I believe so.
You think that it does include the overtime?
Yeah.
And that just in general, I think this sort of questioning is going to help me going forward, to ask some questions of other utilities as well.
Okay.
I don't mean to be picking on Kentucky American, but more trying to get where you're coming from with your recommendations.
Okay. But to be clear, I'm not 100% sure about that.
Understood. That's all the questions I have. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Rico?
No, I think I'm okay, thank you.
I think I'm okay too. Redirect.
Yes, please. Mr. DeFever, do you recall Kentucky American Water's counsel, Mr. Ingram, asking you whether you were aware of prior commission precedent to rolling QIP amounts into base rates?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the commission's final order from Kentucky American's 2023 rate case?
Yes.
Did the commission deny Kentucky American's request to roll QIP into base rates in that 2023 rate case?
It did.
And Kentucky American Water's Council asked you if you were aware that prior to the 2023 rate case, non-cash items were included in the cash working capital. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did the commission exclude non-cash items from the cash working capital in the final order of Kentucky American's 2023 rate case?
It did.
Thank you, Mr. DeFever. I have nothing else.
Okay. Any further?
No, Your
All right. In that case, any reason this witness couldn't be excused?
No.
Thank you, Mr. DeFever.
Thank you.
And I believe your next witness is virtual.
Yes. Chair of the Attorney General's Office in Lexington Fayette Urban County Government, call Mr. Richard Baldino to the stand, and this is our last witness.
Okay. Mr. Baldino, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Baldino, what is your occupation?
I'm a consultant with the consulting firm of J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did. I filed direct testimony, or had direct testimony filed on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government.
And do you have any additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
No, I do not.
Did you sponsor responses to the commission staff's discovery request in the pending case?
I did.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Baldino. Chair, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, for the applicant.
Hi, Mr. Baldino, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Hope you're well.
Yeah, I am, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. I can hear you just fine, thanks.
Great, and at any point with the technology, if you can't hear me or otherwise, if I ask a confusing question, just let me know, and I'm happy to try again. And I just have a few questions for you this afternoon. I wanted to start with just some of the areas of agreement that you have with the company and their position. You agree that Kentucky American's proposed capital structure is reasonable, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you also agree that Kentucky American's cost of debt is reasonable?
Yes.
And I want to talk for a second about your proxy group. And if I understand your testimony correctly, both you and Kentucky American's witness, Mrs. Bulkley, utilized a proxy group for your discounted cash flow analysis. Is that accurate?
Yes, and also for the CAPM analysis.
And Ms. Bulkley utilized a combination water and gas proxy group, and you also performed an analysis based on that same proxy group. Is that accurate?
That's right.
And in addition to that, you also utilized a second proxy group that I believe you described in your response to, this was the PSC's first set of questions to the Attorney General number 2. It was a water proxy group, and I think your words were to assess the results using a proxy group strictly comprised of water utilities. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And I was looking at that proxy group and had a few questions for you. It looks like there are 6 utilities in your water proxy group. Is that accurate?
That is, yes.
Okay. Why did you include essential utilities in this proxy group?
Well, essential utilities was in the value line listed water utilities, and if you can hold on. That's, I believe that's called H2O America now. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, I did include that. That's also included in the combination group as well.
Do you believe that essential utilities is a water utility only?
No,
Is it also a gas utility?
I believe it is, yes.
So when you included, your description of the water proxy group as a group strictly comprised of water utilities, that's inaccurate, correct? Because essential utilities is also a gas utility.
Yes, I would need to look and see what percentage of their operations is gas, but yes.
Subject to check, does essential utilities have about 750,000 gas customers and about 1 million water customers?
I would accept that subject to check.
Thank you. So if I look at the water proxy group, the only change between the water proxy group and the combination proxy group is the addition of American Water Works. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And American Water Works is Kentucky American Water's parent company, correct?
right.
And I was noticing in some of the other testimonies that you have filed recently here at the commission, it is not your practice to include the parent company in the proxy group. Is that fair?
That's fair. I mean, I have included, I believe there may be testimonies where I did include the parent company in the proxy group. I can't say that that's, my strict practice that I don't do that. I think for purposes of this case, I wanted to agree with Ms. Bulkley's combination proxy group as I did in the last rate case, just so the commission can have a consistent basis upon which to compare our results.
Okay. So I believe you recently filed testimony in LG&E and KU's pending rate case. Is that accurate here at the commission?
Yes, it is.
And
That's
I,
right.
And I don't believe your proxy group in those cases included PPL. That would be their parent company, right?
PPL?
Yes.
I would need to double check that. I'm not sure if PPL's in that group or not.
Subject to check, based on your testimony, would you agree they are not in the group?
Well, I'd like to check that.
Sure. Yeah. And we can issue a post-hearing data request on that. And then also,
Sure.
you recently filed testimony, and this was in Delta Natural Gas's rate case. That's case 2024-346. And I noticed the proxy group in that case did not include Essential Utilities, which is their parent company, correct?
For which Delta Gas?
Yes, Delta Gas, case number 2024.
That's right, and that's because they were included in the group of water utilities that Value Line follows. They weren't included in the natural gas distribution companies, and that was consistent with the witness, Mr. Mall. He did not include Essential either, and so.
If I look at there's 6 utilities in your water-only proxy group. And of those 6, we have American States Water Company, California Water Service Group, the Middlesex Water Company, and H2O America. Those are the only 4 that are strictly water utilities and not the parent company of Kentucky American, right?
Now, which 4 of those?
Sure,
Did you
the
say?
first 4 listed in your proxy group of water only. That's American States Water Company, California Water Service Group, the Middlesex Water Company, and H2O America.
Yeah, you said that those are strictly water utilities and not the parent of Kentucky American?
Yes.
I agree.
And a proxy group of 4 utilities, that's a pretty small size of a group, isn't it?
Yes, that wouldn't be a hugely reliable number of companies to use. I mean, you would have to either supplement that or really, if you did use that going forward, you'd have to really examine what kind of results you're getting, and whether those results within those companies are consistent.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, did you have something else? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you didn't. That's all right. Thanks anyway.
Wanted to ask you about one of the footnotes and some of the testimony in your direct testimony. If you wouldn't mind turning to page 12 of your testimony, and I'm referencing footnote 9.
Yes, I have that.
And if I'm looking at that correctly, at least on my digital version of your testimony, if I hover over that link, it takes me to an American Water investor presentation. Is that accurate?
I will accept that. Mine doesn't have a live link, but yeah, I'll accept that.
And in your testimony, to which this is a footnote, you describe some of the regulatory information and ROEs for American Water subsidiaries that are referenced in that presentation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to display, with the help of my much more talented paralegal, one of those slides from that presentation, please. Can you see that, Mr. Baldino?
I do, and I'm familiar with that, yes.
Okay, you are familiar with it. Thank you. I was looking at this information, and it provides the authorized or allowable ROE for the top 10 American Water subsidiaries. And I noticed that 4 of those states have had rate changes this year. The first on the chart is Illinois. And what's the ROE that it was awarded in January of this year?
That was 9.84.
And then if you look at Missouri, they had a recent rate increase in May of this year. And what's that ROE?
That is 9.75.
And then Tennessee in January of this year, what was that?
That was 9.7 with a 44.19% equity ratio.
And the last is Virginia in February of this year. What's that ROE?
That's 9.7% with an equity ratio of 45.67.
And Kentucky American is presently at 9.7%, correct?
That's right.
And you have recommended to reduce Kentucky American's ROE to 9.5%. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And if you average the 4 states that have rate changes this year, subject to check, that comes out at right around 9.75%, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And that's fairly consistent with the commission allowed returns for water utilities so far this year that I referenced in my testimony. And the other thing that I would note here is that, you know, you look at this page to which you refer, the range of these is 9.45% to 10.2%, as I pointed out in my testimony. That 10.2% for California is high. I mean, if you look at the rest of the utilities, or you look at the rest of the states there, that those ROEs range from 9.45 to 9.84. So, and I would also note that there's no ROE even close to what Ms. Bulkley is recommending for Kentucky American in this case, which is 10.75%.
But if the commission adopted your proposed ROE, you would have Kentucky American with the second lowest ROE out of all of these subsidiaries, correct?
Well, that would be the second lowest one, and certainly that is consistent with the data that I've analyzed. You look at, though, there's equity ratios that we mentioned in the states that you pointed out, 44.19%, 45.67%. Missouri's 50%. I'm recommending a higher equity ratio than that.
And you would also agree that if this proposed ROE is accepted, I believe you just said this, but to make sure I'm clear, Kentucky American would have the lowest ROE of any state that has received a rate increase this year, correct?
Let's see. Yes, I believe that's correct. Now, the October return of the 9.45% ROE in Pennsylvania. That was August 2024. But as far as the ones we went over, yes, that's correct. I would say the 9.5%, as long as you're talking about allowed ROEs, that compares pretty favorably with the average commission allowed returns across the country that I've cited in my testimony, and certainly those are far below the 10.75% that the company's asking this commission approve for Kentucky American in this case.
That's actually a good transition point, because I'd like to ask a few questions, and Ms. Louie, if you wouldn't mind to take that slide down. See Mr. Baldino when I'm talking to him, thank you. Want to ask you a few questions about ROEs that have been approved by this commission this calendar year. And I believe you testified in each of the cases that I'm going to ask you about. And I'm happy for you to take time to look at the testimony or the commission order if that's helpful. In August of 2025, the commission issued an order in the Atmos rate case, that's case number 2024-276. I believe you filed testimony in that case, correct?
Right, that's correct.
And the commission awarded a 9.75% ROE on base rates. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
And then the month prior, in July of this year, the Delta Natural Gas rate case, that was case number 2024-346. That was also a 9.75%, wasn't it, on base rates?
Yes, and I believe that was a settlement.
Yes, you are correct. And then also, earlier this year, December of 2024, the Columbia Natural Gas rate case, 2024-92, that was 9.75% as well in a settlement, correct?
I don't recall that one, but I would accept that subject to check. That sounds about right.
Okay, thank you. And I had a quick question for you about how you calculated your DCF, discounted cash flow. Would you mind taking a look, please, at, it is your exhibit number 3 to your direct testimony, please?
Okay, I have that.
And I was looking at the results, and this is the second chart that's on that page, and it jumped out to me that the numbers hover between around 10%, but for the first group having returns of 7.98% and 7.75%. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of any Kentucky Commission order recently awarding an ROE in the 7% range?
No, and in fact, I would not recommend that number to the commission. That's too low. But I think in this case, as I've explained in my testimony, when you really need to consider that in light of the fact that these other ROEs you see on this page are likely overstated because of these high earnings forecasts for the gas companies included in this that are included in the combination group that Ms. Bulkley and I used. So if you were to just rely solely on the earnings per share growth rates here, it would overstate the investor's required return. So I think in this particular case, and also relying upon the supplementary analysis I've done on the water proxy group, the averaging in that 798 and 775 in this case produces numbers that are reasonable and certainly are reasonable enough to establish a range of recommendation for the commission.
And would you agree, based on the 7.98% and the 7.75, if you look at those percentages in comparison to the other results in that chart, that those are outliers compared to the other numbers on the page?
Well, they're certainly lower, and I think those need to be averaged in this case. You know, I wouldn't recommend 7.98, and I wouldn't recommend 10.38 or 10.36 either.
Is there a reason why in this case you did not screen out the low results that you did in Kentucky American's last rate case, 2023-191?
Sure. I used that low result in the last case that was one observation really. 8.7%, I believe. I think in this case, using a more robust analysis, which includes not only the combination proxy group, but the water proxy group as well, this further informed my judgment and my recommendation to the commission compared to the way I did it in the last case. You have, and also there's a bit more robust analysis of the capital asset pricing model from the last case. All of this taken together informed my recommended range of 9.25 to 9.75% to the commission here. Of course, the 9.25 is 55 basis points above the low end of the range in that prior case. And admittedly, the top end of my range here, 9.75, is below the 10, but I didn't see, as far as all of the analyses combined, that a 10% top end of the range was advisable.
Thank you, and I just want to make sure that I understand your testimony correctly. So in the 2023 Kentucky American rate case, you excluded a result in your DCF group of 8.7 as being unreasonably low, but in this case, you included 7.75% and 7.98% in your averages to help form the basis of your ROE recommendation.
Let me just, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to my testimony in that prior case.
Certainly.
So that we can really look at that and discuss that in detail. So I didn't exclude 8.7. Pardon me, just a moment. I'm almost there. Back in that case, I omitted ROE results that were below 8.7%.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Sure. No, that's all right. And as being too conservative for that time, yes. I would note also the average DCF result in that case was 9.07%. The average median was a 9.04%. So the DCF results in general were coming in very low at that point. And so this is certainly a different case. Here we see the DCF results coming up substantially higher, more along the lines of what I would expect. And I think to sort of, if you will, not consider dividend growth, which is, again, that is a forecast that is within the investor's information palette they would have to look at their own required returns. I felt that the 7.9% needed to be included in the average this time, because if you didn't include that, you'd have some overstated ROE results just to be relied on these in earnings forecasts only. So that average then is 9.73%, which we see on our AD3, and I believe that is a reasonable top end of the range.
And you just said, I think that the average, excluding those low results, is 9.73%?
That includes on RAB 3, and my testimony in this case, that 973 includes all four of those numbers.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for this witness.
Okay. And staff?
No questions from staff.
Commissioner Wood?
Mr. Baldino, thank you for your testimony today. I read through your, well, I guess it's testimony. I was reading through your submission last night, and I just had a couple of questions about what I saw. I noticed figure 2, you had a consumer price index urban effective from January of 21 through June of 25. And I wondered what the urban designation was on the CPI.
As of the most recent one that we have.
Is there a reason you used an urban index instead of something without the urban name with it?
Oh, I mean, that's sort of the standard number that's reported by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, which I used to derive this graph here. So it's just kind of the standard measure of the consumer price index. That's why I used that.
I had just never seen the urban designation before, and I just wanted an explanation for that. Is the return on equity, I think it was described earlier as the amount of return that was necessary to attract capital to a business. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Do you think that the current return on equity is sufficient enough for Kentucky American to attract capital that they need?
You mean the commission's currently allowed number of 9.7%?
And in your opinion, is that enough for the company to attract capital that they need?
It's slightly more than enough. I mean, I think I would say 9.5% would also achieve that end.
Did you say that the other companies in the proxy group, did you give testimony about what their return on equity was?
What their allowed returns were? No, I did not.
Do you know what those are of those other proxy companies?
I don't know offhand. The only ROEs I reported in my testimony were commission allowed ROEs from water companies that they were reported by the S&P Global Market Intelligence for 2024, and then for the first half of 2025, January through June.
Would you say that if a return on equity stays constant, we'll just say 9.7%, would you say that in a decreasing interest rate environment, it becomes easier or tougher for them to attract capital?
Well, other things held equal, if in a decreasing interest rate environment, it might be easier.
And do you think that we're in a decreasing interest rate environment right now, or an increasing rate environment, or staying the same?
You know, the Federal Reserve has just lowered short-term interest rate, the federal funds rate, by a quarter point, and I think it's widely expected that those cuts will continue, which would, in my view, mean that we're getting into a lower interest rate environment. For cost of capital purposes, I think we should be mindful of what effect, if any, that will have on long-term yields. There hasn't been a huge impact so far from that quarter point reduction. Generally, the Fed doesn't control long-term bond yields. Those are set in the marketplace, due to supply and demand factors. How interested buyers are in Treasury debt. So I would say we just have to see what effect that would have on the cost of capital. But I think just in terms of borrowing and making things more easy, it would make things more easy for the utility companies. I would expect some reduction in future debt costs.
Would you
if
say that
we
the
stay on
market
this
has
path.
I'm sorry, continue.
Oh, that's all right. I hope I answered your question. Yeah, I would say that the market probably would expect that longer-term yields would tend to fall as well.
Would you say that the market has priced in future interest rate reductions as of right now? Or do you have an opinion on that at all?
Oh, I think there might be some expectation of future interest rate cuts in the stock market, but that's just my own view on that.
How about the bond market? Do you have an opinion on that, whether they've priced in future decreases in the interest rate?
That I'm not sure of. I don't know.
On page 24 of your material, you refer to the CAPM. Would you explain what the CAPM is, CAPM?
Sure. Capital asset pricing model is another way of estimating the cost of equity, and it uses an expected return on the market, however the market is defined, less risk-free rate would get the return premium on that. So basically it what it does is sort of posit how required returns for various sets of asset classes would be placed along what they call a security market line, and up from the risk-free rate, what it shows is that investors will take on higher risk only if they get a higher return. That's kind of the most basic thing that the capital asset pricing model shows us. And the measure of risk is represented by beta. And as I said here on page 22, a stock with a beta of 1 indicates that if the market rises by 15%, that stock will also rise by 15%. Lower risk stocks will have betas less than 1. Higher risk stocks than the market will have betas greater than 1. And it means that they will move more than the overall market. So that's it's just really the risk-return relationship that underlies investor behavior, and that's posited by the CAPM, as I said. Further on in my testimony, investors are risk averse and will only accept higher risk if they expect to receive higher returns. So that's sort of the basic, simple premise of it.
Would you please explain what the MRP is? You discussed it on page 25.
Sure. The market risk premium, that's what the MRP stands for.
So that's just what you're talking about then, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yes, that's right. That is the premium for risk that investors will take for investing in the market, again, however we define that, versus the risk-free rate. So that is the market risk premium. And that is what is difficult to quantify, difficult to get an assessment of. I've used several different methods of that. Ms. Bulkley has used a couple of different ones to estimate what that market risk premium is. And we've used different assumptions and have come up with very different results.
Forgive me for asking that question twice in a row. I've learned a lot of shorthand in the last 2 months, and MRP wasn't one of them that I learned. You seem to connect the growth rate with the MRP. In question number, line number 16 of page 25, you connected the expected growth rate of 8.78% with the MRP. Could you review that and maybe explain that again now?
Sure. Let me just get to that page. Yes, that's page 25.
25, line 16.
Sure. Yeah, this would be the sort of projected earnings growth rate for the market as is provided in the value line summary and index. So it would be, that would be the expected price increase over the next 3 to 5 years. Value line's projecting for its market basket of stocks. And these calculations are included in my exhibit RAB6, but the growth rate would be the yearly growth, estimated yearly growth in price or earnings over the next 5 years for the market as a whole, really.
Pardon me while I review some more of your testimony. Mr. Baldino, I think that's all that I have. Thank you for your answers today.
Okay, Commissioner
Certainly
Whitten?
welcome.
I don't have questions either. Redirect?
Yes, please. Mr. Baldino, do you recall Kentucky American Water's Council asking you about the combination versus water proxy groups that you utilized in the pending case?
Yes.
And why did you include a water proxy group in your analysis in the pending case?
The commission had very strongly expressed concerns in its last Kentucky American Water case about using a combination proxy group that included water and electric companies. Of course, this case we don't have any electric companies, but that is why I felt, given the commission's statement in the last order, that I would add some robustness to this analysis, that I would sort of branch out from the look that I took in the last case and include a water proxy group to really address the commission's concern there. And let's see, if you can give me a moment. I want to find a page in my testimony where I address this. Yes, on page 16. This is a quote from the commission order. The commission notes that while it has previously allowed Kentucky American's proxy group to utilize different types of utilities, including natural gas and electric in previous cases, the argument that when determining the proxy group, the utilities possess similar operating financial risk to that of Kentucky American is flawed. And it goes on and to continue expressing concerns about that and really specifically describing why the commission believed that was flawed. So I felt it was prudent and useful for the commission in this case to not only accept the combination group that Ms. Bulkley used in her analysis, but to include a water proxy group from the water utilities section and value line, including the company's parent company, American Water Works, to address the commission's concern.
Thank you, Mr. Baldino, for that explanation. Kentucky American Water's Council reviewed other American Water subsidiaries awarded ROEs with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it correct that the average ROE for those subsidiaries, I believe I heard council say it was 9.75%?
I don't recall what the number was. I did agree with her calculation, subject to check, though it looked right.
And is your 9.5% recommendation for ROE or Ms. Bulkley's 10.75% recommendation for ROE closer to that 9.75% average ROE for the subsidiaries?
Assuming that 9.75% is the correct number, again, I don't recall, but hers would be substantially higher. And not only that, it would be an extreme outlier, I would say. The next highest one, and amongst all of the amongst all of the American Water Works companies, listed in that earnings presentation was 10.2% in California, and her recommendation would be 55 basis points above that.
And you also discussed the average commission authorized ROEs from across the country with Kentucky Americans Council as well as with Commissioner Wood. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what the average authorized awarded ROE was for 2024 and 2025?
I don't recall the exact numbers, but I can look that up for you.
If you need a reference, it's your direct testimony, pages 12 through 13.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. So the average authorized ROE, both litigated and settled case, was 9.56 for 2024 and 9.67 for 2025. These average ROEs included both settled and litigated proceedings, as I say on page 13. And then the average authorized ROE in litigated cases was 9.61 for 2024 and 9.65 for 2025.
So is your recommended ROE of 9.5% or Ms. Bulkley's recommended ROE of 10.75% closer to those average authorized ROEs for 2024 and 2025?
Well, mine's definitely in the ballpark there, yes, and hers is not.
Thank you, Mr. Baldino. I have no further questions.
Okay, recross. No. Recross? Okay, and does that conclude your case?
We are finished.
Mr. Baldino, you are excused.
Thank you very much.
All right, any motions at this time? I think we have any exhibits to deal with. So, let's do with post-hearing stuff. First round, well, the post-hearing procedural schedule will be out on the 26th, 2 days from now. First round of post-hearing DRs by the 29th. Responses by October 6th. Somebody else speak up if I'm saying anything that won't work. Initial briefs by October 14th. If any. Second round of DRs, if necessary, also on the 14th. Responses by the 21st of October.
Responses by when, Your Honor?
October 21st.
Okay.
And then if there are any response briefs, second round of briefs, October 27th.
Clearly, the commission's already decided what the schedule will be, and which is certainly fine. I just didn't know, I was going to propose, before I knew what the schedule was, just one round of post-hearing briefs. Everybody file their brief and be done with it. I didn't know until today when you said the possibility of 2 rounds of discovery. One round on the same day that briefs get filed. To me, regardless of 2 rounds of post-hearing discovery, it's efficient, and Kentucky American would be fine with 1 round of brief. Everybody submit one brief.
After both DRs?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, if the commission doesn't want that, wants replies, that's okay. That's kind of a return to the way the commission used to do it years ago. I think, but this case is pretty simple, I think, and clean. Everybody knows the issues. My view is, and Kentucky American's view is, 1 round of briefing whenever the commission wants it. That's enough briefing. That's enough of the lawyers submitting briefs. That gets the case submitted to the commission earlier than would otherwise be the case, which increases the chances of a decision by the end of the suspension period and decreases rate case expense.
I don't think it'd be any earlier, because I'd probably keep that second date if I did 1 round, but, no brief is required at all. So, do others want 2 briefs?
The Attorney General's office agrees to reduce rate case expense as long as our brief could be due after all the discovery responses are in.
That's what I was thinking. If we only do 1, I'd use that response brief date of the 27th. Staff, do you have an issue with only 1 round of briefs? Commissioners? Okay, so everybody mark off the initial briefs of October 14th, and we'll just do 1 round of briefs on October 27th. That's after DRs have gone out and been responded to. assuming we do 2 rounds.
Madam Chair, did you say October the 25th?
7th?
Oh, 27th. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go through it again. Post-hearing procedural schedule, September 26th. Post-hearing DRs, first round on September 29th. Responses by October 6th. If necessary, post-hearing DR, second round, October 14th. Responses due October 21st. And briefs, simultaneous, just 1 round on October 27th. And our intention is to meet the suspension date in December. Final order's not due until March 16th, but we are shooting for getting that suspension date in December. Anything further or anything I need to clarify? All right. Hope no one drank the water.
Yeah.
For the record, the man that broke was not Kentucky American. You had asked, and I just wanted to confirm. All right?
I suspected that.
All right.
I'm not sure what water made the coffee this morning, though.
I better start the kids. All right. Anything further? If not, we are adjourned.